Thank you. You may please have your seats. Okay, so just for a second, then we will get on with that. All right, so welcome again to the Gatekeepers Conference 2025, the very first of its kind ever. Can we give a round of applause to ourselves for being here, every single one of us? Okay, so that's pretty weak, and I want us to do it with some energy. So when I say, can we give a round of applause to ourselves, I want you to do it like Nigerians, all right? Excellent, thank you very much. The theme we all know is timeless rules for leadership and business. And one of the exciting things I've learned about the rules of life is that, yep, times may change, right? But there are certain rules that never change. Am I correct? Right. Technology may advance, but there are certain rules for life and business that never ever change, no matter what. Isn't it? Yeah. I mean, whether we're looking at nature or you're looking at life in general or in business and all. And today what we want to do is to hear from seasoned leaders in different fields of endeavor to really delve into some of those critical rules for life and for business and for leadership, right, so that we can all learn and grow better. There's one thing, there's one rule that never changes, and that is that the better you learn, the better you become. Am I correct? Am I correct? Yeah, that the better you learn, the better you become. Once again, I must introduce myself. Femi Obidare is my name, and today I'll be your anchor for this event. We don't have so much time. We're going to be straight to the point, and we expect that by 2 p.m. latest, we're out of here, all right? So let's give our maximum attention and make sure that you don't just while away the time, but that you learn as you should. A few housekeeping rules, and I want us to pay careful attention, please, to all of these rules because they are very important for us not to get any form of distractions or that all of us might enjoy our stay throughout the event. First off is that we should be aware that another event is going on the same floor. So please, let's maintain decorum as much as possible. If you're moving around, just be mindful and have respect for the space of the others. That's one. Secondly, the bathrooms are outside. Of course, to your right, you have the male bathroom or convenience, and to the left is the female convenience, just in case you need to take a bio break, as the case may apply. Very important are gadgets. I want to ask that we please, as much as possible, ensure that our phones do not cause a distraction in users. So please put your phones on silence. Mine is on silence already. Vibrations and all of those, as much as possible, you want to keep it down. You don't have to take a call inside the hall. If you must take a call, and it's extremely critical that you do, kindly advise that you please, or we advise that you please just step out and try as much as possible not to distract others while you're doing. But no calls are allowed within this hall. And at the same time, ringtones and all of those, let's keep them out. Again, be mindful, the table microphones are functioning. You are not expected to use them, okay? And if perhaps, for example, you do press the button to your right, you see what happens immediately? You get spotlighted. That can cause a distraction, right? So we don't want that happening. So please be careful. Do not press the table microphones or tabletop microphones so that we don't get you spotlighted inadvertently. And also, let's bear in mind that we want this to be as engaging, or we have structured, yes, this to be as engaging and as interactive as possible. And so we're going to, throughout the entire event, we're going to be displaying on screen QR codes or Slido links for you to, if you have questions, you can just drop it right in there. All those questions will be attended to in the course of the event at the proper time. So just be mindful, the links will be displayed from time to time, and then we will have it. Okay, so those are some of the critical things that I want us to give attention to. And most importantly, pay attention, come with your mind, all right? Listen very carefully, write something down. The year is not over yet, am I correct? Hello? Okay, whose is that? Not from us.
Please enter the meeting passcode, followed by the pound sign.
Tifad, what's going on? You're trying to check something out. Okay. Let me be sure before I know what's going on here, whether we want to all disappear or will remain. Okay. How long do you need to sort that out? All right, thank you very much. So I was saying that most importantly, please pay attention. Write your...
You are in the meeting now.
Pay attention. Be... Okay, first we're supposed to sit over there, but hey, it's all right. Yeah, pay attention. Give your attention maximally and ensure that you do learn as much as you can. Like I was saying, the year is not over yet, and there's a lot that you can actually take away and still make something really big happen for yourself in your work at home. All right, so straight up, we are going to very quickly take the welcome address, and I'm going to call upstage the Director General of World Intellectual Property Organization, Dr. Toby Moody. Dr. Toby, please step forward. A round of applause for Dr. Moody. And please make those applause, make the applause really warm, please. Yes, as he gives his welcome address. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. And it's a great delight for me to welcome you to this inaugural edition of the Gatekeepers Conference that is themed Timeless Rules for Leadership and Business. And I want to use this opportunity to really thank you, and thank Mr. Ogidigbo and the entire team and members of LifeClass on this remarkable initiative, which is aimed at providing a platform for the exchange of ideas centered on marketplace excellence, leadership, and governance. by sharing stories and engaging with the lived experiences of exemplary, seasoned experts. This conference or this gathering is expected to inspire new thinking and strengthen capacity of people present, while yet promoting healthy dialogue on opportunities for maximizing the potential of our beautiful country, that is Nigeria. So in a few minutes, I'll exit the stage, and I'll allow for a series of thought-provoking sessions, leadership sessions on areas from shifting the narrative to optimizing our public service and repositioning ourselves for self-reliance, and of course, the courage to embrace ambitious, bold, and daring initiatives that are aimed at significant transformation. In this breath, let me acknowledge and specially thank our speakers who have taken time out of their schedules to be here. And I want to say that I'm really looking forward to a productive time and series of interactions. Welcome again.
All right, a warm round of applause again for Dr. Toby Mudi. Okay, Chris, do you want to help with, yes, thank you very much, the timer, so that I can be certain that we're not taking on due time across board. Okay, so while Dr. Mudi was giving his welcome address, we had a number of our special guests come in, and I just want to very quickly recognize their presence. All right, so I quickly want to recognize the presence of Mr. Sunday Ogidigbo, the founder, H Relief Foundation and Gratis School. You're welcome, sir. Please, a warm round of applause for Mr. Ogidigbo, the convener actually of this of this wonderful and timeless event. And I also want to quickly recognize the presence of Dr. Did I say Dr. Daniel? Yes, well, I mean, I'll be excited to. I see him smiling like, have you elevated me suddenly? You know, these things happen sometimes. For example, where I work, every other person is a doctor. And so you just see it flying around every other day. And those who are not even doctors yet have become doctors, because that's the norm, more or less, right? Please appreciate with me Mr. Daniel Ikunobi, the CEO of Elevate Africa. Good morning, sir. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Also walked in while we were while the welcome address was ongoing was, yes, I've got it here very clearly. And I just want us to appreciate or recognize the presence of Ms. Tola Adeyemi, Postmaster General of Nigeria. Good morning, and good to see you, ma'am. It's been a long time. Yes. All right, so we have a number of other guest speakers who are coming on their way, and so we'll just continue to recognize each person as they come around. Again, like I said, we're very timely with this, and we would not waste any time. We want to make sure that we make the most of the opportunity. Timeless rules for leadership and business is what we're talking about, or generally the theme of our events. And we all know, like they say, that punctuality is the soul of business. That's one timeless rule, right? Am I correct? You should all clap for me now. All right, without further ado, we'd like to move on to the next important thing. And here we're going to be setting the scene for the event today. And very quickly, we would welcome up stage to speak briefly on that keynote or the topic from aid dependence to self-reliance, Mr. Sunday Ogidigbo, founder, H Relief and Gratis School. Please, a warm round of applause for the next 15 minutes. Yes, as it sets the scene for this event. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I will stand on all existing protocol, and we just get straight into the business of the morning. I'm delighted that we're all here this morning, and it's strategic that this is happening here at the UN House. And I believe that there's no better time than now to have a meeting like this. A wise man said, there is nothing wrong with the black race. And he also said, black does not equal lack. And as we are looking at the timeless rules for leadership and business, it's important for us as Nigerians, as the country with the largest black population in the world. It is said that 1 out of every 3 black men you see is a Nigerian. It is important for us to reflect on the mentality that has come to define our continent, that has come to define us as a people. And as younger Nigerians and gatekeepers of our own generation, it is important for us to have the proper mindset. And one of those things that we need to reflect on is that we should not have that mindset of depending on support, external support from the wealthy nations, in quote. We must begin to look within ourselves and to stand as a people. And because once Nigeria rises, Africa will rise. Nations, businesses, and individuals will rise when they shift their mindset from being consumers, from being aid dependent, to become value creators. Our continent is the richest on paper. And we cannot begin to tap the great potential on our continent, and particularly in our country, if we don't have the proper mindset. There is nothing wrong with aid. Aid is not evil. But aid should not be permanent. Aid suggests that you need help for a season. But when that which is supposed to be temporary becomes permanent, then abnormality has set in. Because when you are aid dependent, you are like a cripple. Because your legs are given to you to stand and to run and to walk. But when you can't use your legs and you now need crutches to move, you agree with me that your speed will be lost. You will not be able to operate at optimum capacity, because your natural means of movement, you have disabled it. Now it's different when you're on crutches because you had an accident. But if you understand anything about mobility, when you don't use your legs, you lose the ability to use them. That's why when people have accidents and they are bedridden for a long time, they will begin to learn how to walk again. Africa has depended too long on AIDS, and I think one of the best things to have happened is the policy of Donald Trump to shut down most of this aid process and aid agencies that are funding a lot of things in Africa. It is time for us as individuals, as organizations, and as a nation and a continent to begin to think of how we'll move from that mindset. Because when aid becomes a strategy, the future is lost. The future belongs to people and organizations that are ready to build dependence, not building their future based on aid. Because when your strategy and your plans are all tied to support you can get externally, then you are at the mercy of your donors. If they cough, you can die of cold. If they freeze it, you can be paralyzed. A lot of jobs disappeared within 24 hours because of one policy pronouncement of Donald Trump. There are people that I know personally. There are a lot of organizations that have been operating for more than 20 years that died overnight because of the policy of Donald Trump. And it is good for us to begin to think at this moment in time that we should not even be the one looking for aid. We should be the one giving out. It is better to give than to receive. Over the years, Africa has depended a lot on aid, and we have little or nothing to show for it. Because aid is supposed to be temporary. There's a story in the book that was told about the man that fell into hard time. He was robbed on his way down to Samaria, and he fell into the hand of robbers, and they ripped him of everything that he had. And a rich man met him and supported him. I think it would be foolish for that man to want to now live permanently on support. The idea of the little money that was given to care for him was supposed to be for a season. Those of us in this room, and as many that are connected online, we must begin to think, how long can we go like this? We need to begin to build systems and structures that will sustain self-reliance, self-sustaining models for our businesses, for organizations, for our NGOs. We begin to gain the respect of the Committee of Nations and other individuals even around us when you start a social enterprise. One of the biggest NGOs in the world operated, I think, out of Malaysia or so. And what they did, they started building their organization from the scratch. And any aid that they had was to support what they are doing, not as a lifeline or as the mainstay of the organization. So 2-3 things quickly before I step out of your face. We need to shift from survivor thinking to value creation. I run the Holy Hill Relief Foundation, and from the beginning, we started telling ourselves that we are not going to apply for any aid. We are not going to apply for any aid, any grant, anywhere. We've been approached. Even the few times people have come to ask, I said, don't worry, let us begin to build something that can sustain itself. Something that is self-sustaining. Let us create value within ourselves. Let's look within ourselves. Let's look within our own environment. Let's look within our communities. Because if you go to the US, most of the NGOs and the social enterprises that they run in those places, they operate within their own reality, within their own ecosystem. And that is what we started doing there. We don't want to survive. We want to thrive. And the only way to thrive is to create value, because value naturally attracts. When you create value and people see that you are solving problems and you are doing it sustainably, you will attract support without begging for it. And whatever support that comes, it will not be 80% of your operation. It might be just 5 or 10%. When you are aid dependent, you have a needy mindset. You will be waiting for interventions. And your thinking will be short term. You will be going cap in hand. Help me, help me, help me mindset. That is not good for anyone. Nobody will respect you if you come into this room with cap in hand, a pot in hand, a cup in hand, and you are begging for money. And the first thing you do when you see somebody begging you, you begin to look at them. Is anything wrong with him? Is he crippled? Is he blind? Is he maimed? And they check us. Nothing is wrong with us. What is broken is our mind. So we need to focus on value creation. We need to focus on solutions, initiating solutions, creative solutions, using available resources around us to solve our problems. We can turn our trash to cash without anybody asking, without getting any support from anywhere. There are things within our environment that we can use to create value. We must innovate, and we must be very confident in ourselves. We must stand with that sense of confidence, carrying ourselves as royalties. You can never rise above the quality of value that you bring to the table. What are the values you are creating in your space? What are the values you are creating in your sector? Countries that have moved from poverty to prosperity, they looked inward. If you read the book From Third World to First World, the story of Singapore, you will see that Singapore was completely disadvantaged. On 2 occasions, they were part of Malaysia. They were kicked out of Malaysia. They begged. They rejoined Malaysia. They kicked them out the second time. Because initially they had the mindset that if they are not part of Malaysia, they cannot survive. But they had a prime minister that was radical, that had a different mindset. They said, look, the only thing we have as Singaporeans is our spirit and our beach. Our spirit and our sand. What can we do with our people? What can we do with our sand? A city-state, smaller than Abuja. And they started looking within themselves. They don't have not a single natural resource, not a single natural resource. They looked inward and they started saying, let us tap into the mind of our people. They positioned themselves as the alternative to the US in their part of the world, and they started educating themselves. They started attracting investors without begging for it. When you create values, you attract the right people. When you create values, you gain respect. As business leaders, as thought leaders, we must ensure that we are value creators. Beyond selling products, whatever we are selling must be solving a problem. Whatever we are selling must be solving a problem. What problem are you solving? And what are the innovative ways that you are doing this? We need to redefine ourselves by not by the things that we lack, but by the values that we create. Because the images of Africa that you see on CNN and in even some ministries, some ministries in America, they will come to Africa and snap pictures of children that are malnourished, and they are trying to define us by what we lack. Black is not lack. We have a lot of stories of innovation and solution provision around our continent. We must begin to look at these things and see how we can innovate. And finally, we must build systems. We must not be emotional. We must not go around looking for people to pity us. We must be builders of systems. Aid is emotional. Systems are structural. When you build systems, they can be scaled. When you ride on emotions, when the emotion is no more, support will stop coming. It is important for us as leaders to be systematic in our approach to the solutions that we provide, to build processes, to gather data, and build systems that can be scaled locally and internationally. The final thoughts: what you build once emotionally will ultimately collapse. What you build systematically and structurally will stand in your time and even when you're gone. It is time for us to think differently, act differently. Don't allow our emotions to drive us. Allow ourselves to be deliberate and to ensure that we are part of the company of those that will redefine this nation, redefine our continent, and ultimately redefine the black race. Africa is looking for new leaders. Africa is looking for gatekeepers. We cannot stand at the gate of our nation, cap in hand, begging for coins. As we continue in this conference, I want you to open your heart. We have assembled very fine speakers this morning to speak to us. I believe that we're going to leave this place transformed and better positioned to contribute our quota as gatekeepers in this city and our generation. God bless you. Thank you for your time.
A very warm round of applause again for Mr. Ogidigbo. Please, please, please make that really warm. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I couldn't help taking notes. Some of the very poignant thoughts that he did mention here. Nations and people will rise when they begin to have a mind shift from being consumers to being value creators. That's very profound. And he also said that when aid becomes a strategy, the future is lost. Who can tell me here what percentage of Nigeria's budget has to be funded by AIDS? Anyone? Okay, you don't have to know. Maybe you want to check quickly, but it's a significant amount, right? Portion, isn't it? So you know what that means for us. The people who really know begin to shake their heads like, oh, come on, please, don't even go there. Oh, well, but then he said something that balances that out. He says that we need to redefine ourselves not by the things we lack, but by the things, or by the value that we can create. And I think that's very, very profound, both addressing us as a people, as individuals, and as a nation. That's Mr. Sunday Ogidigbo there, the founder of Holy Hill Relief Foundation, which of course is a humanitarian platform that delivers education, agriculture, and medical support to underserved communities, alongside Gratis School, a tuition-free school for children from low-income backgrounds. Let's appreciate Mr. Ogidigbo once again. Thank you so much for sharing those insights with us. We truly appreciate them. And of course, Mr. Ogidigbo is blessed with a wonderful wife, Mrs. Chako Ogidigbo. She's right here. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, I would like to recognize again one of our special guests, the presence of Dr. Goriolishno Daniel, Managing Partner at Africa PPP Advisory Services. Dr. Daniel, it's nice to have you. Thank you and welcome again. Our next speaker, before I take that, do we have the link ready? Are we good? All right. So we'd like to, I belong to a very wonderful alumni association of grade school, and one of our mantra in that school is that in God we trust, let every other person bring their data. So we're very particular. You know that thing that you go for a particular event and then they say, how was it that you think it was very impactful? Okay, what did you learn? Okay, you know. Well, but we like to measure and we like to know, but you can't measure, you really can't track, or you can't really grow. So we have a link, a survey link, just for a short 2 minutes perhaps. We want to capture what your thoughts are as regards your expectation for today's event. So I'm going to have the link displayed. Victor, can we help with that? Let's have the link displayed right away. So just, I hope you can, because I see the network is quite funny here. I hope you can scan the QR code if you're able to. Great. Please just scan the code and for 2 minutes or less, just tell us what your expectations are for this event so that we're able to, at the end of the day, we'll come back again and see whether those expectations were met, and then we know how to rank ourselves at the Gatekeepers Conference, the debut edition 2025. Have you been able to capture the code? Yep. Oh, great. Great. So please do us the honor of giving us your thoughts as to what your expectations are, and then we will get on. We move on right away to the next, or to the first thought leadership session in this event. And our speaker is the first CEO of Elevate Africa, and he has led transformative work in governance, economic development, and investment across Africa. His experience in policy reform, institution building, and high-level partnership development continues to shape the organization's expansion and its mission to spotlight African excellence. His insight on strategy, systems, and sustainable impact brings a strong voice to the very first edition of the Gatekeepers Conference. Please, ladies and gentlemen, special guests, welcome upstage with me Mr. Daniel Iquinobe, the CEO of Elevate Africa. Please, a warm round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And following the lead of the first speaker, I will stand on all existing protocols. So, are the slides ready? I have a small deck. Okay, good. So I've been asked to speak on changing the Nigerian narrative. Please, next slide. So the question is, where do we begin? It's not just about stories. It's about our lived experience, because people can say all kinds of things, but then you walk out every day, and then what do you get to experience on a daily basis? Next slide, please. The next slide basically captures just a snapshot of some of the things that we typically experience, or what the dominant narratives that we have about Nigeria. We have conversations around corruption, and some say it's endemic or systemic. There are conversations around insecurity or safety issues in the country, widespread, issues around environmental degradation, and all of that. And I think it's our collective lived experience. But sub to all of this, there are so many great things happening. And someone said once that what you focus on tends to what? Expand. Right? I remember during the global recession in 2008, I had this conversation with someone, and I had a similar conversation with someone during COVID, after COVID. And I was saying to the person that I hear that certain industries have been impacted by these challenges. And the lady quickly turned to me and said, "That's not my experience." And said, "Business for me has never been better." And so the question is what you pay attention to. But I would like to look at it as is first, and then we say, what can we do about it? And then where do we see our country looking forward? I like to see everything as a stage. So it's like, that signaling engine, they lose the plot completely for the entire country. And so it's about signaling. What signals do you send to your people? What signals do you send to your stakeholders? Because you are either selling confidence, or you are selling fear or uncertainty or lack of clarity. And so being intentional, and I'll speak to that as we go on, being intentional about that is the role of government. And I will just say that very quickly, and I'll speak to it again later on. In order to lead large-scale transformation in any context, you need three things. The first thing you need, you can change the slide now. The first thing you need is what I call leadership posture. Leadership posture, for example, from the point of view of the president, is whatever he says, wherever he goes, whatever he does. So whenever he goes somewhere, if he sees someone or he says something, it sends a signal. And you need to ensure that that signal is coherent, consistent, and clear. Right? Every time there was an announcement of a new minister or a new cabinet or something, if you notice, there was either increased confidence or reduced confidence. And that means that with the selection of people, announcement of someone, a signal is being sent. The second thing I will speak to that towards the end of the presentation is there must be a strong coordinating mechanism so that whatever is said in policy can be carried through. And lastly, there must be clear, coherent, consistent communication. Now, why do I put this here? In 2019, I was fortunate to serve the president, and I worked with an NSA on the national security document to advise the president. And this was the opening slide. And this slide speaks to a number of things that combines productivity and security, or call it security. So this slide was developed originally by Paul Collier from Oxford. It divides a nation into 4 quadrants. The first are those you call the weak and unproductive. The weak and unproductive are typical, those who you tend to send welfare to. They can't cater for themselves, they're the most vulnerable, they can't protect themselves. So what do? You focus all of your welfare programs towards them, because if you don't do so, they will die out. Right? And I will just put a caveat there. So how you then target your welfare programs have to be strategic, or else it creates more problem. And I'll show you what that is, because all of this is the things playing out now in our country. All right? The next is the weak and productive. This is your regular citizens. They are productive, they increase the GDP of a country and productiveness of the country, but they can't necessarily protect themselves. Right? The country relies on them for food and sustenance. Right? The other group is the strong and unproductive. These are those who can use what they call rational violence in order to sustain themselves. So you have armed robbers, you have bandits, you have those who tend to use their might to oppress others, particularly the weak and productive, in order to sustain their own enterprise. Those who may appear temporarily to be comfortable are those that may be seen as strong and productive. They can protect themselves, and they are, by definition, supposed to be productive as well. And these are the political class, the military. And initially, there will be a hierarchical arrangement. No, we are all good. It's the masses that suffer, but we are okay. But now, what you then miss is that those who are strong and unproductive, because this is their only enterprise, what they tend to do is to continue to invest in the capacity to inflict harm. Right? So they're now able to achieve what you call economies of scale of violence. Ultimately, the productive and strong become victims, and even they are no longer safe. All the targeting of our welfare programs for many decades have been focused on one part of the country, the north. But it was focused more on welfare without increasing the capacity to produce. And so what you then do with that targeted welfare system that is skewed and non-strategic is that you are moving the quadrant of weak and unproductive to what? Strong and unproductive. So you then find that the number of people who are in that space compared to everyone else becomes limited. Right? So again, speaking to strategic transformation on how we do our welfare programs, how we protect our people, just understanding how all of these things play out. But one last thing I will say, though, is looking at the entire construct of our security architecture or situation, is that while some may believe that it is targeted at Christians, which some part of it is true, it's a bit more complicated than that. There's a combination of, the current conversation have shown how vulnerable we've been as a country, and we're putting more spotlight on that, right? But let me not say any more, lest we scare you, but let's move to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right. So why is all of this important? Human behavior is as a flowing stream. There are no great nations anywhere. There are great people. Because how well a nation performs is the summation of how the individuals within that nation perform. Right? So at the heart of the transformation of Nigeria, or the future of Nigeria, is the individual. Now, I'll tell you how powerful the individual is. There is a story that was told once about the Good Shepherd. The Good Shepherd leaves his 99 and focuses on the one. But you see, the bad shepherd feels, look, I have 99. The one can die. If you do not value the one, you will not value the many. Every life counts. Whether it is Christian, it is Muslim, it is pagan, every life what? Counts. It's important that it is well captured, that the welfare, the safety, the security, the productivity of every citizen is captured. And so this has to be the landscape or the lens through which everyone sees. Our problem in Nigeria is not leadership, it's citizenship. And I'll explain. I started consulting for government many years back. And when I was engaging with junior level government officials, I used to hear them say things like, the government needs to do this, the government needs to do that. Then I began to engage with mid-level government officials. They also were saying the government should do this, the government should do that. And then one day I found myself working in State House. And you will find people I dare not call their names in meetings, sitting down in high seats, saying, if only the government. And so you wonder to yourself, so who is government? And so these were bad practices that we learned as citizens. And when the time of responsibility comes, you do not realize that it has shifted. You are now responsible. And so how do we change the Nigerian narrative? It begins with me. You have to come to the place where you realize that I am government. You have to take agency for yourself, for your family, for the future of your immediate community and everyone else. Because listen, leadership is taking responsibility. Nothing more, nothing less. And so how do we find responsible citizens who are taking agency and demonstrating leadership? There are two ways. You can find leaders through their internal motivation, which from a systems perspective, you cannot easily determine or define or get that internal motivation to be stirred up. The other is environmental conditioning, right? The power of a strong context. So what we need to, what I'm trying to say here is, if you look at the environment, what the environment signals to you is that character, competence, capability is not valued. That's the signal. And so we need to be signal architects as a people if we're going to change the Nigerian narrative. And I'll show you how that works. And I'll put this across board. When government will give, and I did this analogy during the amnesty program in Niger Delta. When government decided to give, at that time, 120 or so thousand naira to militants on a monthly basis, and gave them scholarships to go to international universities and all kinds of perks at that time, and NYSC graduates were being paid 19,000 naira a month, what we're basically saying to citizens is that it is more profitable to take up a gun than to go to school. That was a signal. Because, and then I sat down with the head of CSR for all the big tech companies. They were spending millions on programs like Big Brother Africa and the like, Motina Dance Hall and things like that. And I said, what happens to Jets Club? What happened to Debating Society? And he said, it doesn't give us clicks or likes. Let's not kid ourselves. So the corporates also funded or financed this beast. Are we together? Follow the money. Follow the investments. They send signals. And what is it saying to everyone else? He says, who school help? You cannot build a nation without strong foundations and solid capability. I did an analysis once when I was head of economic team for my subnational. I sometimes struggle to say which subnational it is because I did not believe that whatever a major system created can be eroded in a very short time. So but anyways, this analysis was that it takes 26 years for you to train a consultant medical doctor from primary school to specialization. 26 years. If you consider a 50% exam point drop-off rate, if you're going to train that 4,000 doctors in 26 years, you will have to enroll today 8.9 million students in primary school. That level of thinking doesn't exist in Nigeria. And so we'll have to shift from short-term to long-term thinking and begin to plan and make those adjustments now if the narrative will change. So why do I say that human behavior is like a flowing stream? What happens is, what drives performance is internal motivation or environmental conditioning. That the environment speaks to people and make choices, because the human person is a complex self-organizing system that responds to external stimulus. Every time he sees a policy or an announcement or a law passed, it sends a signal, right? Every time he sees a slogan on TV or whatever, he's making adjustments. Every time he encounters technology, training, skill, tools, all of that, he makes a shift. Every time he sees infrastructure, for example, you see a guy at the traffic light, he stops. Ask yourself, why did he stop? There's possibly road safety by the side. He sees consequence. But he's responding to what? Signals. So from a diagnostic perspective, we can understand why Nigerians do what they do. From a design perspective, we can redesign our environment to get the right outcomes. Unfortunately, we don't have many social architects in our country. Next slide, please. I'm going to race through it now. I was using this to just show how we respond to our environment. But let's go on. I've already talked about this. Let's go on. I've spoken to this. Okay. Incentives influence individual choices. Next slide, please. Values. Okay. Identity. Let's go on. I was going to talk about this, but speak to identity, and I'll round up with this. What's in a name, right? My kids, we remind them every day that your name matters. The three things that shape a person's identity or his values or his sense of being is family, religious community you belong to, and your education, your school. Right? And these are the things that give you your values, and it's those values that then shape how you make your choices. All right? And so what's in the name? I'll just read this quickly. My name is Oseaga Ikwenobe. What it means is that it is God I serve, or I'm in the service of God. And so I can never be overcome by evil. That sense of identity is communicated to the children. And so they walk with that consciousness. So the question is, when you step out, what is your personal identity? What is your sense of values? How is that shaped? And how do you come to the conclusions of who you are and what you're doing? So I will say this, in the spirit of agency, how we transform the Nigerian narrative is, one, we take on agency for our lives and our future. We redefine and build those values for ourselves, beginning with us, our families, our communities. And lastly, ensure that everything we do from here on is captured by those signals, because ultimately you will find yourself in offices or positions of responsibility. But what you do there would have been shaped by the values and the value that you bring to the table. Thank you very much.
Please, can we keep that round of applause still warm, and let's let it come again and again and again and again. Wow. All right. Are you learning something? Are you sure? Are you sure? All right. Who are the gatekeepers in this place this morning? You know, it all begins with you, right? Okay, great. So let's have a chance that can carry us through the event, okay? So when I say gatekeepers, you shout boldly, I am one of them. Are you ready? Are you ready? So clear your throats, drink water, and chew cola nuts if cola nuts are available there. All right, so let's do it together. Let's go. Gatekeepers. You didn't sound like it. We're going to do it one more time. Gatekeepers. Fantastic. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Ikunobi, for that. Really profound. Some cogent points that he did underscore again, and I couldn't help but just note down. It said something that when we focus on welfare without capacity to produce, the outcomes are counterproductive. And that's very important. And he also underscored the need to shift from short-term to long-term thinking, or thinking rather. How that's very critical. And one of the most vital takeaways for me was where he spoke about the need for social architects. Where I work, we do a lot of work around choice architecture, that is designing your environment in ways that you just nudge people to do the right things. But again, there's a lot of gap in that, and I think that we can begin to step up from places like this to take that challenge and see how we can redefine and redesign our environment as it should. Thank you so much once again, Mr. Ikunobi. We'll move on right away to the next thought leadership session. But while Mr. Ikunobi was speaking, in walked one of our keynote address speakers, Mr. Bola Adeoye, President Bola Adeoye Foundation. Can we please celebrate to appreciate Mr. Adeoye for joining us this morning? Thank you so much, sir. We don't take for granted that you're here. Our next speaker, or next thought leader, is a trailblazer in engineering, governance, and public policy, and she is a record breaker, or a record setter, if you may, being the the first female CEO of the Nigerian Postal Service. Her career spans influential roles at Uber, Binance, and Lagos State government, where she championed strategic reforms and policy solutions across technology, logistics, and public administration. I can't read everything here, quite frankly. But I would say that our perspective on leadership, reform, and nation-shaping systems positions her as a powerful voice for a wonderful event like this. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome upstage me, Ms. Tola Odeyemi, the Postmaster General of Nigeria. A warm round of applause, please, everyone. Don't stop clapping till she gets here and takes the mic. Thank you very much. Mr. Odeyemi, you have the floor. Thank you.
Once again, good morning, everyone. So like all the previous speakers before me, I would like to stand on existing protocol. But even though I'm standing on the existing protocol, I would like to also appreciate the first person who stood on existing protocol. My pastor, Pastor Sunday Odigbo, I know this is not church, and his lovely wife, as well as Dr. Kemi for putting this together. So today I want to speak on rebranding the public sector. That is, transforming it from something people distrust into a platform that drives economic growth. And I'm going to sort of walk through a couple of examples. Again, you know, my church mind. So I'm going to do it from a couple of lenses. From the lens of scripture, though they're very known examples. From the context of history. And then, of course, our shared lived national reality as Nigerians as well. And so why does this matter? I think we all understand that nations rise and fall on the strength of institutions. Some of the things that the previous speaker, thank you very much, spoke about was that, you know, I think one of the problems that we've had in Nigeria is that we've been people-focused as opposed to institutional focus. So he touched on something about his previous role that he did. Clearly, a lot of things were done but reversed because the institution wasn't strong enough to hold on to the positives that you had done. So that's that's one of our dangers in Nigeria. But it's not just a Nigerian thing. Globally, government distrust has risen over the last 2 decades. It's not just a Nigerian condition; it's a human condition. And that danger is not just a decline that people, not just perception, but it also affects investment, citizen participation, innovation, and most critical, national unity. I don't know if anybody here has been on the streets of X recently. I even had to sort of shut it down because of the disintegration or the perception of disintegration of national unity in Nigeria. So I will start from one, and I'm using examples that everybody knows about. So the first one, and here's a model for economic reform. So I'll start from economic reform. I'll do examples and then bring it all together. Is Joseph, who is a model for economic reform. So if we look at how, if anybody here knows the story, does everybody here know the story of Joseph? At least a bit, right? So it starts off with, well, not it starts off. There's somebody called Pharaoh who has a dream. And I'll also put it in governance language so that I don't sound like I'm preaching. Now in that dream, he dreamt that there were going to be 7 years of plenty and 7 years of famine. So in today's governance language, that is an economic forecast. A signal of future expansion followed by a major downturn. So he turned to somebody called Joseph, who did something remarkable. So he interpreted the dream not just spiritually, but institutionally. He treated it the way modern governments treat macroeconomic signals. He built what we will call today a national stabilization framework. I'm so sorry. So in Genesis 41, with Joseph's recommendations, they appointed a competent administrator, collected a 20% reserve during the years of plenty, built a nationwide storage and logistics system, and coordinated a structured distribution strategy. And this is not unlike the modern tools that nations use today. We have strategic grain reserves, macroeconomic stabilization policies, counter-cyclical planning, and scenario-based national preparedness frameworks. Joseph was essentially designing a system for risk management and economic resilience long before these concepts were formalized. And what was the outcome? Egypt accumulated enough reserves to become a regional economic hub when crisis struck, to the point where people from surrounding nations came to buy grains, including Joseph's family himself. So Joseph rebranded Egypt from a vulnerable kingdom into a stabilizing force for the entire region. So his leadership demonstrates a truth modern economics confirm. Nations prosper when their institutions, one, anticipate shocks, prepare for cycles, and manage resources with discipline. And today, that is the task before every public institution. That is to build systems that protect citizens and create economic resilience. Secondly, is probably my favorite person in the Bible. Again, so you can see that I'm not preaching. Probably the book I've read the most in the Bible. It's the book of Nehemiah. And what he did was rebuild public trust. So Nehemiah, again, I'll give you, if you want to learn more about him, it's a whole book, right? He's another powerful example of leadership that combines spiritual conviction with sophisticated governance. So at that point, Jerusalem was in a state of institutional collapse. Infrastructure destroyed, economic life weakened, and its people vulnerable. Nehemiah stepped into this not just as a builder, but as what we would call today a state capacity reformer. So in the book of Nehemiah 2:6, it describes a full national recovery program. He rebuilds the walls, which reflect what modern governments will call post-conflict reconstruction frameworks, the urgent restoration of critical infrastructure to stabilize its society. And by mobilizing different families and groups to rebuild as participatory governance and community-driven development. He also strengthened security, assigned guards, and created a rotating protection units. So in contemporary terms, this is what you will call urban security governance and crisis response coordination. But perhaps most striking is Nehemiah's commitment to financial integrity. In Nehemiah 5:14-19, he eliminates exploitative practices and even refuses the governor's allowance, embodying what today will be classified as anti-corruption reform and public financial accountability. I kind of read my Bible very differently. In essence, Nehemiah executed a multidimensional reform program, combining infrastructure, delivery, fiscal governance, citizen engagement, and ethical leadership. He rebuilt walls, but yet more importantly, he rebuilt trust, which is the foundation upon which every public institution is built. Now I'll go to history. And I think Pearson had sort of touched on it. So in Singapore, for example, in 1965, Singapore was poor, infrastructure weak. It was an infrastructure weak island nation. But by 1990, GDP had risen from $500 at independence to above $22,000. How? Not one drop of oil, no miracles, no minerals. It was just institutional reform, civil service professionalism, and a clear national strategy. I'll talk about the Marshall Plan post-World War II, when Europe was devastated. The US invested $13.3 billion, which is probably about $160 billion today, into rebuilding European institutions and infrastructure through what they call the Marshall Plan, which was And what was the outcome? Industrial production revived rapidly, leading to one of the fastest economic recoveries in modern history. And down to Nigeria, our own context. And I'll use Nigeria's Western region reform. So we have our own, we've had our own era in Nigeria. We've not been a completely terrible story throughout. Under Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the Western region government implemented Africa's first free primary education program in 1955. And it's important because if you talk to a lot of people in Nigeria today who benefited from that free education, you understand why things like having a forward-thinking leader really does have multi-generational, the impact, which is why what Pastor Sunday is doing with the free school, it might look like just one free school now, but if you think about it in the context of the history that we've had when the first free school started, you understand the impact that is going to come in the next 20, 30 years in the city of Abuja and beyond. What else did he do? Expanded regional infrastructure and created development financial institutions to support agriculture and industry. And you can read about this in his autobiography. And this period demonstrated that visionary, disciplined public sector administration can uplift communities. And it also shows that Nigeria is not incapable of excellence because we've had it before. So what does a rebranding? My topic is rebranding. I've gone through all that. It doesn't mean logos, colors, or slogans. It doesn't mean public sector taglines. I'm not even sure. I don't even know what the new public sector reform slogan is right now in government. But what it really means is the transformation of systems, cultures, and service deliveries. And there are three global shifts that define modern government. One, the first one, moving from gatekeepers to platform builders. Moving from service providers to being a service orchestrator. And shift three, from bureaucracy to performance. And they're not theory. So if I look at my own journey in Nigerian Postal Service, which is technically it's older than Nigeria, it's a 165-year-old institution. And these are the three shifts that sort of guide me when we are making decisions on the reform for the Nigerian Postal Service. So from gatekeeping to platform building, according to our law, we're both regulator and operator. Probably the only one in Africa that wears both hats. Meaning that we have people think that Nigerian Postal Service has an undue advantage when it comes to logistics and e-commerce. But what we have then done, or what we are building, let me say it, is that we're building rails as opposed to using it for post office. The infrastructure that the Nigerian Postal Service has, there's a post office in every single local government in Nigeria. Things short of the Nigerian Police Service, I don't think any other national institution, service-based national institution, has the reach that the Nigerian Postal Service has. So the reform is moving it from an infrastructure that's based for the Nigerian Postal Service to an infrastructure that for Nigerians, and I'll discuss then. From service provision to orchestration, we are moving the Nigerian Postal Service to a franchise model, meaning that we want to unlock capital in Nigeria, as opposed to saying that government is the one that must be funding and has to be run by public servants. We want to unlock it where private sector can unlock the value in that national framework, in that national assets map that we have. We have about 1,500 post offices across Nigeria. And then from bureaucracy to performance, ensuring that we have measurable KPIs, real-time auditing, and enforcing service standards. So what have I seen in public service? There are challenges and opportunities. Public service is not easy. It stretches you, it stretches your discipline and your patience. There are days that it demands courage and days that demand silence. But it's one of those rare assignments where your decisions can bless millions at a time. And when you can carry that responsibility of the impact that the work that you're doing has on Nigerians. And people, when I get very like motivation, they're like, it's not post office. So there's this story that I say, that I'm like, look, the average Nigerian child has never seen running water from a tap before. Yeah, everybody in this room is not the average Nigerian. Exactly. The average Nigerian has never seen 24 hours electricity before. Yeah, because there's no Nigerian that's seen 24, well, consistent. Right. For most people in this country, most people in this country don't have a concept of being Nigerian. There's no link between them and the federal government. There's none. They go to school, go to work, but if you ask them the relationship with governments, probably get curses more. Now, what I think about is there's one post office in every local government. Usually there's two. We have 1,500 and there are 704 local governments in Nigeria. So good math, right? Meaning that that infrastructure that's either dead, roof falling off, whatever, it's probably the one presence of federal government that they've seen. I mean, they've probably seen police, but everybody pretends not to see police because you don't want, right? Now, what we're building is to transition Nigerian Postal Service where it is the touch point of government to a citizen. You want to do your NIN, you want to get your passport, you want to apply for welfare, you want to do anything, any citizen-led service should be able to be accessed at the Nigerian Postal Service because it is the one national infrastructure. So to that child that's waking up that thinks the government doesn't work, doesn't care about them, or doesn't even have a concept of what Nigeria is, my dream is that every single time they pass by a post office, they remember that Nigeria cares for them. That's my dream. And so in everything, so I know there's potential for Nigeria because every day when I sit down, I see the potential of the Nigerian Postal Service, and that potential translates to a better Nigeria. So what is the vision for a new public sector? So be done. So the future of Nigeria's public sector rests on our ability to transform government from a slow administrative machinery into a dynamic engine for national productivity. So I like to pitch as well. Although I'm CEO of Nigerian Postal Service, I also sit under the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy. So some of the things that are also being done to lay foundations, expanding ICT infrastructure, building a digital workforce through initiatives like the 3MTT program, modernizing policy frameworks, and creating the regulatory environment for a thriving Nigerian innovation ecosystem. What we are doing is reimagining, like I mentioned, its nationwide footprint as a commercially viable platform for logistics, government services, last mile delivery, and financial inclusion. We're positioned to serve as the physical and digital gateway, connecting both rural and urban communities, enabling SMEs, supporting e-commerce, and improving access to essential government services. And what are these reforms point for a model for a new public service in Nigeria? A digitally enabled, data-driven, transparent, inclusive, commercially oriented, and deeply rooted institution in service to citizens, a public sector that meets people where they are, a public sector that empowers businesses and creates jobs. Personally, my definition of government is a government basically is meant to enable citizens. Literally, that's it. Enable citizens. A public sector that strengthens trust, supports national cohesion, and positions Nigeria to compete globally in any sector that we choose to. This is public sector that we must build, is the public sector that we are building, capable, innovative, resilient, and trusted. Because we know that countries with stronger institutions consistently achieve higher economic performance. So all the countries that everybody wants to jackpot to, there's only one factor. There's only one thing there. Strong institutions. There's no magic to it. It's just strong institutions. So rebranding public sector is not cosmetic. We could is nation building. I don't want to talk too much. So what must we do as Nigerians in this room? And I always say, like, Nigerians, Nigeria, government. Yeah, I know I say government must do this. I'm part of government, but government is bigger than even the people in government. It's almost like I don't say like a spirit, it's like an entity. It's like a house. People go in and come out, but that house must remain. That's what I always think as government. Restoring integrity to public office. Now, I know everybody's going to say politicians are, but what politicians are what? They're not aliens now, they're Nigerians. So when people complain about politicians, public officials, one of the reasons why it is like a year in, year out, cycle in, cycle out, is because it's not like as if we're importing people from another country. It's us. Yeah, it's us. So when I say restoring integrity to public office, it's restoring integrity into the heart and mind of every Nigerian. If every Nigerian has integrity in their heart, then government, naturally, once you enter government, you're not going to throw it aside. Yeah, it's part of you. We see leveraging technology and innovation, embracing partnership, and no government, and this is the thing, because no government can solve everything alone. Government solves problems. I just read something earlier this week. I think Nigeria Railway Service had fixed a portion of the rail tracks, I think around Kaduna. Within a week, half of the rail guards were gone. So is that the government? It is us. We have to partner. And it is by even in our, in our little things that we do, stopping at a red light. It's innocuous, but not stopping at a red light is symptoms of a personal rot that then is insidious into every single thing that we do, which then just comes out as a lack of excellence. Do we have long-term thinking? We do. Yeah, we do. There are many frameworks, 10 years MTech, 25-year national plans, a lot of subnationals have long-term strategies. So if you go to any subnational website, you will see their 25-year master plan, 10-year master plan. So we have long-term thinking, but we're Nigerian. So the reasons why it doesn't work is because as individuals, so as an individual, I want each and every one of you to think about why a 25-year plan or a 10-year plan won't work. Even for your own annual, the list that you wrote of the things that you were going to do in the year 2025, all the people that were going to lose weight, all the people that were going to eat better, all the people that were going to pray every day and read their Bible every day. Okay, I'm almost done. Sorry. So think about if you could not stick to your 2025 plan, why a 10-year MTech will work. So in closing, through all, I mentioned about Joseph, where we see a leader who used foresight for planning. When we look at Nehemiah, we see a leader who rebuilt more than walls. Both leaders remind us that public institutions shape the destiny of nations, and both remind us that transformation does not begin with perfect circumstances. It begins with individual courage, conviction, and a commitment at an individual level to build systems that outlive us. So today, Nigeria stands at a similar moment. But what we can learn through history is that we have to prepare for the future. We have to continually rebuild what is broken, and our generation must do both. Prepare for the future and rebuild what is broken. If we must strengthen our institutions, we will strengthen our economy. If we modernize our systems, we will expand opportunity. If we lead with integrity, we will restore trust. And if we commit at an individual level to excellence across ministries, agencies, states, communities, companies, in our homes, Nigeria will rise with the strength of a renewed public sector. So I pray that God will grant us the wisdom of Joseph, the courage of Nehemiah, and the resolve to build a public service ready for the challenges and possibilities of our time. Thank you very much.
Please don't stop the round of applause. Don't stop it. Don't stop it. Don't stop it. Ah. Wow. I personally think that was a classic, right? Yes, I really think it was. And thank you so much, Postmaster General. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't even know where to touch on, quite frankly, because there's a whole array of very strong thoughts that she had brought forward there. And I couldn't help just, at least let's would say one of the very important things that she mentioned, how that nations rise and fall on the wings of institutions. Yeah, and that those nations thrive when those institutions anticipate shocks, they prepare for cycles, and they manage resources with discipline. And that's a lot. That's a lot for us to chew. I know we have this recorded, right? So I think there's a lot there for us to go back and chew and reflect on, and then see how you can begin to do something from where you are. Thank you so much again for that. And for those of you while you were coming here this morning and you refused to stop at the red light, I can see you, but I saw you in the spirit. All right, gatekeepers. I know you forgot, so we're going to do it again. Gatekeepers. We'll do it one more time. Gatekeepers. Daniel, are you ready? You have the floor. Quick one. So we're going to have displayed on the screen shortly. You can do that actually, the Slido link or the QR code for that. So if you've got any questions, you can begin to put those questions down there so we can begin to read them and address them. And we're going to come back to answering as many of the questions that we can as possible. So kindly help me out, please. Display on screen the QR code for the Slido link so that folks can begin to, our participants here can begin to register their questions. And then we'll have them all. All right, in a bit. Very good. Okay, you need the mic for that. Can we have a second mic for him?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Audible. Thank you.
Music has an impact on our souls, emotions, and well-being. It soothes the soul, relaxes the mind, and elevates the overall human experience. Acoustic therapy guitar session is designed to provide a therapeutic and harmonious human experience. Ladies and gentlemen, we see this afternoon, it's time. And I will want to quickly tell a story. We all know that leaders should not be distracted, true? Leaders should not be distracted, true? Now, there was a great leader who had a little distraction, and I'm about to share his story. Blossoming and blooming, baby birds learning to sing, and children dancing to nature's change and its promised new hope. Spring is here. So I sit upon my armrest chair, a strong man giving to no fear, but plagued with so much burdens to bear. So I decided to take a trip to my rooftop, watch the sun retire after a long day's shine, still a relish of air with the songs of solitaire birds. A glory divine, a king who should be at war, prowling his balcony a conning hall, sipping his wine and alcohol, as I looked upon the beauty of my land tossed in every direction by a gale, the wind. I followed his beats, and lo and behold, I saw. Your friend was strong and you needed proof. He saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty and her moonlight overthrew you. She tied you to a kitchen chair, she broke your throne and she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew the hallelujah. I saw a woman not like any. My eyes falling upon her beauty as she unwrapped a swaddling cloth and enticing baby. My heart beating faster, my feet icy as I veiled the cavities on her body and enchanting calling. She had beauty, stamina, and courage a king would admire my growing desire. She had the beauty, courage, stamina a king would admire my growing desire. And guess what? Watching was my greatest sin, but one I was willing. So without letting time take its time, I made a quick inquiry. And to my squire, my soldier, I left an order. Fetch her for me, for in sin I want to drown. So quickly to my chambers I waited. Her glory filled the air, her beauty I could yet tell. I knelt to pray as a missionary on a mission, but one full of evil and deceit. I indulged in all sorts of debauchery. A king, a leader, now a servant unholy. Stripped her naked, drank freely from the wells of her loins, found freedom with passion playing the tune of my mood and a caressing body. I made love in the darkest of my secret chambers. But at the crack in the window, God watched. Maybe there is a God above, and all I've ever learned from love is how to shoot at someone who I fear. It's not a cry here at night. It's not somebody who's in the light. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah. God is still watching in the darkest of your secret chambers. God is still watching. And just a quick advice. When you get home, please be sure to check the window. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Daniel, for that. Let's keep it up one more time for Daniel. Thank you. You know, I couldn't help writing down this part of his lyrics that struck me. Fetch her for me, and in sin I want to drown. Oh, God. Thank you so much, Daniel, for that. And in some way also reiterating one of the most important messages that our Postmaster General reinforced there about the personal integrity factor, in leadership. Timeless rule, that is. All right, so we're going to go straight to our first keynote address. Can we have the Slido link displayed, please? Because it's good that people capture their questions very quickly so that we don't miss that out, or we can help our organization. Thank you very much. We'll take our first keynote address, and very quickly, I just want to call up stage our first keynote speaker. Now, Mr. Amofin, I hope I pronounced that correctly now. Bolade is a first-class lawyer, financial specialist, and a seasoned corporate leader with extensive experience in forensic services, business advisory, and multinational enterprise development. His career spans leading firms, including KPMG, Ernst & Young, and Deloitte, where he served as a financial advisor or financial advisory partner and led forensic services across West Africa. He's renowned for his clarity, his depth, and systems-driven approach to leadership, and he brings unmatched insights to the very first Gatekeepers Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to welcome upstage the president of Bola Adeoye Foundation, Mr. Bola Adeoye, for his keynote address. A warm round of applause, please. Let's not stop till he gets upstage here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. The timer is right here in front of you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just make a light joke of myself. I thought I was looking at the time, and I saw everybody was keeping to time. And then I said, well, let me put this kopiko in my mouth before it is my time to speak. So, this is kopiko. And I'm not being rude, I do apologize. Distinguished guests, our global online audience, visionaries and friends, I greet you all. First, let me begin with appreciation for God Almighty. God has given us the opportunity to be here. I have this written, but I may just go off script a little bit within time, just to bring context to it. He has given us the opportunity to be here today. We're only alive because of His grace. My deep and sincere appreciation to the organizers. This is a remarkable event, the first of its kind. Congratulations, the Gatekeepers Conference. Thank you. It's a platform already proven itself crucial to shaping the future of leadership and societal transformation in a nation, in our nation. And by the mere review of the eminent personalities here today, I can see that. But beyond that, you would know whether people take something seriously by the communication they have with you before the event. The rigor and professionalism, world class, in reaching out to me. I even had a speaker's brief, you'd imagine. You know, and then I was looking at the time, and I was looking at the reference, and we were on time. So I said, well, you know, so thank you very much for being world class. Thank you. I thank my dear brother. Well, first of all, let me thank the pastor and his wife for putting this together. God bless you. And then I thank my dear brother, Mr. Daniel Ikunube. It's interesting the way seeds of greatness just grow. I remember that several years ago when we were young professionals, we would meet in Lagos in Uncle Ima Ocholi's house every Wednesday before breakfast. Uncle Ima and his wife would welcome us to breakfast, and we study the Bible, and we would go through and discuss, just young men. And there's no one there in those breakfast meetings today that are not making global impacts. No one, absolutely no one. And it would be a point I'll touch on later. And thank you to the Postmaster General, Ma. I was, you know, really blessed by what you said, but not just that. It's the lived experience that you have in government and governance, and I'll get to that. Because for us, who's been intentional about the next generation? You made mention of the plan for Nigeria and the doctors if we're to meet the target. We're supposed to have started day before yesterday, but who has started even today? But I'll get to that. I'd like to thank Dr. Toby Moody, my dear brother, a man of relentless energy, unusual wisdom. Thank you for championing causes that matter in the world, for building platforms that elevate others, for reminding us that leadership is not a status, but it is service. I honor you today as always. Myself and Dr. Moody go way back. Children of professors, you know. So we used to run around the campus of the University of Ibadan. And when I saw this gentleman, and God bless you, thank you, that was a brilliant performance on the guitar. I bought my first guitar because Toby plays guitar. And we'll go to his house. I'll leave Parry Road in UI and go to where they used to stay. I think that was Amina Way. Yes, I walked. It was like more than 30, 45 minutes to get Toby's acoustic guitar and play. And they had drum sets and all of those things. And they've been making a lot of impact in the world since then. Now, as permanent representative of WIPO in Nigeria, being an ambassador, he's given me access into the UN building for the first time in my life. You know, and this is brilliant. Thank you very much, my brother. God bless you. I'll use personal experience, touch on 3 lessons, and I'll be done. The first is, my name is Biola Adioye, and the topic I've been given is the audacious enterprise of change. And please, if I digress from the script, please permit me. The Postmaster General almost talked about politicians, but she stopped short, which is good. Because from being a professional, a lawyer, a chartered accountant, finance, partner, Deloitte, etc., I've now become a politician. And most groups I address are not sitting like this. You find when I go somewhere, you first see drummers and singers, they will chant and sing, and then when you're talking, they would interrupt you, and sometimes it could be violent, sometimes the interruption. And then you see my security details trying to make sure that nobody is actually physically touching me, and then they'll be like, it's always electric. It's not calm like this at all. There's nothing that's prepared me for what I see today. And whenever I go to my state, and I'm talking to people, we're planning, okay, what can we do better this time? And people are looking like, no, bello sherry. So it's coming from a suit and a tie, and prepared briefs and points and minutes and all that, to rowdiness. The rowdiness that is going to make Nigeria or break Nigeria. And that's the change that is, I would like to talk about this morning. I grew up in the university, like I said. My father, a professor, my mom, doctor. And then I was number 4 out of 8 children. And in that day, it was unusual for you to have 8 children. So we're, weird, the weird family. Academics had 2 children, so that father would sit in front, mother would sit at the side, and then you have one child at the back. But I was number 4, so I was one that broke the rule. I didn't know, but I didn't break the rule. It was my parents, because there were 4 other children, so we're 8, and I grew up in a family of 10. And it was difficult growing up in those days when the university staff were not paid by the government, and they had ASU strikes that meant that sometimes we had to leave the university to go and look for accommodation outside. I grew up in chaos. If you grew up in Ibadan when I grew up, you would notice sometimes you go to school and then there will be riots. So you had to put leaves in the front of your vehicle to show that you were with the supporters, whether you're with them or not. Totally different. But you had to get a safe passage. That's how we grew up. Nigeria is different today, but we're facing a different challenge. And I thank you, man, for talking about Nehemiah. A sword in his hand, building blocks on the other hand. I mean, a lot of important things are touched here. The story of Joseph, I'll talk about that a little bit, as well as I go along. So that's how I grew up. Then I found myself in KPMG. But how did I find myself in KPMG? I found myself in KPMG because as a student of law in the University of Ibadan then, the biggest fear you have as a student of law is charge and bail. If you failed, you become a charge and bail lawyer. How many lawyers do we have here? Aha. So they will tell you, and you know what is charge and bail because of our international audience? Those people that have failed lawyers, such that they don't have client briefs and they have no business in the courthouse. So they will then go to the court and wake up in the morning to make daily 2K. Yeah? So if you have someone and you're looking for loan, they'll go to you and say, hey, do you have a matter in this court? Can I help you? Do you have someone that I can charge for you? Or do you have a family member that's run into trouble that I can bail for you? So because of that, I was restless. My fear in the university was not to become a charge and bail lawyer. So I found the Association of Accounting Technicians, AAT, and then I started doing the ICANN program. By the grace of God, by my 3rd year in the university, I was already a chartered accountant, a qualified chartered accountant. And I still went on to complete in the university and made a first class in law. So I was dual qualified, lawyer and chartered accountant. But it started from fear and chaos. So let me tell you, that fear that you have today sometimes can be the abinya of something great for you. Don't be too afraid of your fear. There's a part in the Bible, I think it was Job, that said, the thing I feared most has now happened to me. While the thing he feared most that happened to him for bad, remember, it turns to good. Nobody remembers Hephzibah and Keren Hapok, the backstory of Job. They remember the trials he had. Now, but some of the bad things, some of the things you feared most can happen to you for your good. Take it as a note. And then, so I went to, while I finished school, when I finished school, then I had the opportunity to work at KPMG as an intern. But I was that intern that made real workers feel bad. Because I'll turn up at 6:30 in the morning, right? And I will be there when everybody has gone. You know, in the process of time, in God's kindness, you know, I rose up from associate to senior consultant, went to another firm, became a manager, and then went to become a director. And then from there, I walked on to become a partner at Deloitte when in 2018, I was admitted as a director in 2015. I stayed there, completed my time there, was admitted as a partner in 2018, and I retired in 2024. So I'm what Yoruba people call Oshishe Feyinti, yeah, which is a retiree. So standing in front of you is a retiree, right? Okay. Now, but the most important thing to talk about is from intern to associate, from associate to senior, until one day I stood in rooms I once thought were unreachable. I became a partner in spaces where I served tea and carried files, if you're in professional services, you know. But dreams evolve. Sometimes the most uncertain evidence that you have a valid dream are the obstacles that come your way to make it impossible. When Joseph had a dream, what happened next? He found himself in a pit, betrayed by no less figures than his own blood brothers. Then in slavery, he was framed again by no less than his boss's wife. Talk of from frying pan to fire. From all observers at the time, he was the definition of failure. Then in the process of time, God Almighty gave a dream to the king. A dream that bothered the king. And that was where he sent for the dreamer. Because over the process of time, staying on his dream and reflecting on his dream, Joseph had become a dream interpreter as well. So I'll say, don't stop dreaming, and then don't stop telling your dreams. And how did we get to dream? I'll say that my own story today, I've jumped a lot because I'm watching for the time, but then let me scroll back a little bit. My story begins with a dream, one that started small, shaky, and uncertain. I joined KPMG as an intern, I said. A young man without connections or visible advantages, only ambition. I've told you about the ambition, staying at a thing, a determination and transformation, and a lot of things happened in KPMG. I'm not going to say it today. Today is not beat Big Four firm day, right? And I went to EY, and a lot of things happened in EY. I'll leave that. And I went to Deloitte, and a lot of things happened in Deloitte. Okay? But over the process of time, holding on to the dream, staying the course. Sometimes you staying where you are planted. Okay? Just that longevity, sometimes, is what gives you the ultimate victory. I remember I would wake up in the morning and I didn't have a car, so I would join a staff, a friend of mine who was working at Zenith Bank, to the island. Okay, I'll join out to the island and then I'll go to KPMG. So that's why I was on time. I wasn't on time because I needed to be on time, or I wanted to be on time. My transportation depended on me joining the girl. Oh, truth. But I was there. Oh, and by the way, why did I stay late? I had friends that were living beyond Aja, and they would drop me off at Chevron, which was my house. So I stayed back because of, thank you. But I wasn't idle in the time. Okay? So if people had work to do, I wasn't browsing and, I would then do the work. I would do the work. I'll be there first and I'll be there last. Even today, I'm still there first many times and I'm still there last. When people say our politicians are not doing anything, sorry, it's not true. If you've worked with politicians, it is, what did I say? It's not true. Let me digress a little bit. On an average day, before 6 a.m., people come to your house. And you might sit and then there are like 20, 30 people, 4, 5 groups waiting to meet with you. So you see them. But you have a 9 o'clock. So you go for your 9 o'clock. And your 9 o'clock might mean that you have 9 o'clock 4 hours away. You have another 12 o'clock 8 hours away. So when you are waiting for politicians, always also know that there's a problem. So you've tried. Okay, let me give the example of the last time I was in my own in Nigeria, which was last week. Thanks to the president, there's a federal university in my part of Oyo State now, the Federal University of Agriculture and Technology in Okeho. So I had to be at Okeho Day. So I flew in from England the day before, came to my village, and then we had to go to Okeho for the Okeho Day, where the foundation was making a donation of, a hostel to the university. And then they also had Igono Day. So I'm driving 2 hours to an event, you're there with all the people, then you're driving another 2 hours to another place to be there, then you're driving another to just be there. And then you have projects you have to monitor. You have events you have to attend. You have to places you just show for 5 minutes and you've made their life. So our politicians actually work. Why are we not seeing the results? I think, let me deal with that quickly because it has come up and it will come up that we're doing work, but we're not seeing results. One is mentorship. How many mentors do we have in the Nigerian system who have succeeded, who are telling young people what they need to do to be successful? I can tell you that for me currently, okay, maybe you don't know, I'm running for governor of my state. Right? Thank you. Oh, and by the way, we'll be in the elections 2027 and we'll win. Okay. Yeah. There's almost no political mentor that's telling you this is where you need to go. You learn by your experience again. How long has governance been in Nigeria? We're in the Fourth Republic. So what I've done is all of my own current lessons. What am I doing? I now have a governance school. Saying that I don't have mentorship, well, I do have a political mentor, but again, and then people come up but it is haphazard. Now, what am I doing? I'm now training young people every Sunday, 9:30 to 10:30, on what experiences I am going through and how we can transform Nigeria. Every Sunday. 2, every week, you can check the Guardian, the Tribune. My thoughts for Nigeria's transformation are written there in the public for our people to see that, okay, so technology has died. For our people to see that this change is possible. Now, that's change. How about all the work that is being done? Why is it not showing? Why are we doing work and we're not seeing results? 1, execution. So we have a 25-year plan, we have a 10-year plan, we have a 5-year plan, but there's no discipline of execution. Okay, that's the first one, no discipline of execution. The second one is we don't have a pipeline of leaders to take over from where the other people stopped. So institutional memory is lost. The new person comes and starts all over again. By the time they are put on the plan and they want to start implementing, their time is up. The first world doesn't operate that way. Okay, think about it. All our parents that were in administration, professors, etc., after a while, Nigeria does away with them as if they were the ones that messed up the situation. So nobody goes back to them. There's at least one commendable thing. I saw that the former chief of Army Staff or something has returned as Minister of Defense yesterday. We need to tap those people, those old people, and call them and say, please, how did this thing work? Why did you do 1,500 branches of postal services across Nigeria? Why? What was the rationale for that? Then take a blueprint and layer on it. And oh, by the way, do we think those dead bones are useless, those old hags they are? No, we don't. History, even the Bible tells us. Look at the story of the prophet that died. The prophet that died, and then Israel was experiencing raids of bandits. Oh, so bandits used to be there. And the people were running away. And they had buried the prophet. Prophet Elijah. Is it? Elisha. What did those people do? To run for their lives, they threw the dead man in the grave. What happened? Okay. So the dead bones of Elisha still had the power to resurrect a dead man. The anointing was still flowing in the dead bones. Okay. So all of those people that have built Nigeria, and we've put them aside, we need to go and tap on their wisdom. They may not be able to come to your event. They may not look posh, but that institutional memory is there. There were 3 points I'm going to make. One was dreaming. The second one is turning up. Sorry, my iPad from working too much has gone off now. I didn't charge it. The other one is turning up. Sometimes you need to turn up even when you don't feel like it. Okay. Because as you're working, as you're making progress, you will get tired. Sometimes the success you record is because, in spite of not feeling like it, in spite of the fact that you feel it's over with you, you still, thank you. In spite of the fact that you feel it is over, you were still present. Something you can control, you can still control in this life, is being in the right attire, at the right place for an event. You can still do that, even when you're finished. And when you find that you turn up, you might find mercy, you might find favor, you might find connections. Let me go back to the story of Joseph. Joseph had a dream, and he told it to his brothers. What did they do? They put him in the pit. And what did they say? This will be the end of this dreamer. They sold him to slavery, went into slavery. When he went to slavery, what happened? He was excellent, and his boss noticed him. Then what happened? He was framed. And then it was while he was telling his dream, still telling his dream in the prison, that somebody mentioned his name to the palace. It was still that dream that got him into trouble the first time. That was the dream that our Postmaster General said created survival for the world at that time. If you think of Egypt as the modern world of that time, and Israel coming to buy grain in Egypt, remember that it was that dreamer boy. It was that dreamer boy that the king tapped. Oh, by the way, he was rejected by his own brothers. Why do Nigerian professionals excel abroad? It didn't start today. But again, when people tell you, oh, don't worry, don't relate to people, no, it's a lie. You need relationships. It was a relationship that someone had even in the prison that mentioned it in the palace. Oh, by the way, there are connections from prison to palace. Do you know that? I can give you a long string of people that have been in the prison for political reasons. Sorry, again, I'm a politician now. I won't mention certain local names. But can you think about Mandela? How many years was he in prison? Aha. If God says, I'll make you president of your country, and you say amen, and you take the anointing, pastor blesses you, and you go. And then they say, oh, sorry, sir, let me give you your schedule. Schedule 1, prison. You'll be like, are we going on prison evangelism? No. They say no. Inmates. How many years? Okay, don't worry, we can do that. How many years? 27 years. What would you do? Take your current age, remove 27 from it. That is the reality of leadership and change. When someone said, I had a dream, did that dream happen? Did it happen in his time? Maybe not. When Mandela became president of South Africa, how many years did he spend as president? He had just reached it and then he left it for, I think it was Thabo Mbeki, that came right after him. Okay. So that your dream is valid though. One of the major evidences that God has spoken to you or given you a dream is that you will face opposition. Opposition that makes it impossible. And if not for a miracle, you will not get there. Obafemi Awolowo, was he in prison or not? Okay, let's talk about that. How about our Lord Jesus Christ? Now God has given him a name that is above every other. At the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow. Sorry if I'm being too spiritual here. But the point is, Jesus was a change maker. When they were accusing him, what did they say? He was turning the world over. He was turning the world. He was saying all sorts of things that were not politically correct at the time. And what did they do? They found him guilty. No, he went to him. No, he committed crimes. Don't let's forget it. What crimes did he commit? Blasphemy. Is there a blasphemy law in Nigeria? Aha. So let's bring it into the modern world. All of those people went through the legal process of their day. So sometimes being a change maker also means that you go contrarian. Okay? I've not said violence, so please don't do violence. But your thoughts might be contrarian. Okay? So the bit about it is, please dream, turn up, even when you don't feel like you should. But at the end of the day, you must also stay the course. Stay the course. Stay the course. I'll talk about me being a partner at Deloitte and then withdrawing last year to set up the Bill Idea Foundation. And what I found in my career was that, yeah, you can make a lot of money, you can make a lot of impact in the world, you have respect in the world. But I'd come to the realization, because I come from a background of faith, that the highest order of achievement you can make is service to God, and that service to God is true service to human beings. There's a reason why the wealthiest people in the world have what they call the giving pledge, right? Okay. In their lifetime, they will give out a certain percentage, someone to give 100% of it in their lifetime. And there's a reason, it's a lesson you learn, but only learn it when you're wealthy. So be wealthy first. Be rich and famous first. Then there are some things you will learn. So no question for laziness. So I'm not going to do a charity now when you've not shown us that you can make money. Go and make money first. Go and excel first. But what you will learn is, what you don't give in your time was never yours. Okay. If someone passes and you look at their account, who's going to spend that money? Is it theirs? Okay, I'll give an example. So I'm in business, and part of the family business, so retired, I'm running the foundation, and we're doing socially beneficial things. Women, children, education, entrepreneurship, etc. And we do a lot of giving in that space. God has helped us significantly, and we've not started. But beyond that, I learned that there was a deficit in governance. And so we shifted our focus also to governance and being actively involved. And being actively involved has then showed us a lot of lessons that we can learn for Nigeria, but we're trying to learn by experience, so please feel free to follow us. But apart from that is the fact that I then noted that in government, the people in government many times are alone. People are looking for your downfall. People are just watching you. And if you succeed, everybody becomes your friend. They'll seek an audience. If you fail, to hell with you, we always knew I was going to fail. If you succeed, we always knew you were going to succeed. So why did they not come to help you when they always knew you were going to succeed? So what we are trying to do at the Bill Idea Foundation is we're then trying to create mentors and model the leadership we want to see in government. And when God gives us the opportunity, we actually then execute on that plan. Because it is something to sit and say, when you're in front, everybody can see me now. They can see my tie, they can see if it is rumpled, they can see everything. But I can't see for everybody here. When you're on top, people can see. So the idea is for us to then help people, help our people, and make a difference by actually exemplifying what we preach. Yeah. In conclusion, and let me talk straight to Nigeria today. Nigeria is a great country. We were great before. Okay? We're going through our prison experience now. The Postmaster General talked about the plans we had in the past. Did you know that we had a sovereign wealth fund in the past, like Singapore? We had things like Odua, where they made investment in the Southwest. And oh, by the way, some of those initiatives are now going through transformations now as well. God needs people like myself and yourself that have been trained and have gone through different experiences in life to be the change makers. You need to volunteer to be that change maker. Because if we are pointing fingers, You point one finger, how many fingers are pointing back at you? Okay. So when you're looking at a leader, the rest of the leaders that are not on the stage are sitting here. So get on the stage. Thank you.
What a way to end that. Please, a warm round of applause for our keynote speaker. Please keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Thank you. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for that. That was really, really deep and loaded as well. I mean, one of the key takeaways for me here was where you mentioned that there needs to be that deliberate preservation and transmission of institutional memory, right? And so, you know, there's a saying where I come from that Omode ilajo biagba, bokorela kisa biagba. It means that, yeah, you can have very good, what are those designer wears these days now? I'm not that current, please. Pardon me. Or don't pardon me if you want. Mention them, let me hear them. Louis Vuitton, yeah. The Nigerian ones. Huh? That Mayata for fantastic. I thought you were going to mention your brand. Now for you. Botaro. Is the CEO Botaro here? Now you are talking now. Don't be that quiet, please. Very important. Yeah. Now you can have all the Botaro and the usual ones that we typically would wear, but you don't have what your fathers had, right? And so it's very smart and wise that you find deliberate ways to connect and preserve and have those memories transmitted. Very critical and very important. Thank you so much, sir. Truly, truly profound. All right, we're just about halfway done. I mean, practically in a few. We're going to be out of here shortly, and I'm really excited that there's a lot that we've been gaining. But I know you've been sitting for a while, so do you want to stand to your feet for just 1 minute and just stretch? And while you're stretching and bending in and out, make sure you don't slap the other person. But just move your limbs a little bit. Move your limbs and exactly, so that you can increase blood flow and you are ready for the next half of this wonderful, wonderful experience. Okay, so before you sit, we're going to take our chance together, right? This time around you're standing, so you're going to do it like you've got a lot of energy in there. Gatekeepers. When you were sitting, you did it well. When you're standing, you do it better, isn't it? All right, so gatekeepers. One more time, gatekeepers. Thank you. Please, you may have your seat. We're going to the second round, and here we'll have just one more keynote address, and then we'll get into questions and answers, because I know you've got lots of questions. Do we still have, can we have the Slido link displayed one more time, please? I would appreciate that, so that folks, everyone here present can begin to, yes. Kindly scan the QR code and enter your questions. We're capturing all those questions, and during the time where we have Q&A, you will have the opportunity to have response.
knows what I'm talking about. So everybody wants to become Pastor Sunday. Even when God has not flashed them, they are receiving call already. And they've been called to ministry. But we need to begin to see our assignment, either in public or private, as a ministry. Right? What I do today, I see strongly as a ministry, and I take it as such. And for someone who has pastored for 16 years before I retired myself, right? So you should know that what will make you leave pastoring to then focus on business core? You must know what you really, what God asks you to do. Does that make sense? So let's quickly rush on unchanged principle behind great leadership. I wanted to play a video of Lee Kuan Yew. I don't know whether my team was able to get that. Was she able to send? Is it in the slide? Lee Kuan Yew one. Okay, beautiful. Next. So success changes, principles don't, right? In every generation, leaders risk because they master the fundamental or foundational rules that drive, one, influence, people management, growth, sustainable business structure. One of the things I realized that has affected some of us' ability to really create a change is one of these four. Sometimes you really can influence, right? But you just lack people management, right? Sometimes you are the nicest guy in the room, but there's no growth. And I hope you know niceness does not get the job done. I hope we know that, right? And for this day of social media, everybody wants who is nice, right? Who is nice. Nobody gets something done being nice. No, not at all. Not at all. I would rather be respected than be liked or loved or whatever you guys call it, right? So we have to also balance that, because sometimes we then turn leadership to democracy. And I hope you know that democracy is not always the best form of government. God is not a Democrat. Now, I'm not saying we don't need democracy. But I'm just trying to explain that in real leadership, sometimes you need, everybody has talked about, the two speakers I met spoke about Singapore. I hope you know Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew. I hope you know is a benevolent dictator. I hope you know people went to jail for life. Right? In fact, in the early days, some died. Okay? So, when we talk about this leadership conversation, it's always from that point of growth. For growth to happen, change must happen. And there's a lot of discomfort that will happen. Does that make sense at all? Okay? I remember landing, I got in, I think my flight landed 6:45, went to one of our sites, and with our branch manager, the videographer, if I refused to do any video because he literally saw me yelling, right? Because here was a fence being done for an estate that is just 10 meters away from the third road. And then he's telling me the surveyor said the layout, right, is no more than that, the master plan of Abuja. I said, don't you know that many of those who do this master plan don't think 100 years from now? And we are not trying to be one of them. So the least I expect you to leave before you start this fence is 50 meters. Because based on Nigeria population growth, this road will still need to be expanded. And then you now need to be breaking fence and people's houses, because you also will have sold, because once you do your fence, you now start selling the thing immediately now. And you can imagine how somebody will buy that land or house and is blaming Stephen Akinta, not knowing that there's a branch manager who made a decision. And that speaks into what everybody has been saying. The president is the devil. I join you in those conversations sometimes. Okay? But there are people that have been assigned. One man can't make it work. And everybody has to drive growth at their level. Are we together now? Okay? Let's just go on because I want to keep to time. So rule number one, just go to rule number one. Lead yourself first. This is the one I find so, I realize that it's really difficult for us to really implement. Right? Everybody wants others to do it right, but they are not ready to do it right themselves. The level of discipline required to be a great leader, oh boy, is the reason why we don't have many leaders. Because true leadership starts with you. It starts with you. It starts with you. You have to be the best version. And for a lot of our speakers and trainers, including my friend, Mr. Daniel, some of your theories, I'm not sure it works. Right? Because you say, leaders, you lead by example, everybody will follow you. In 17 years of running business, I've led by example, they don't follow me. I get to work early, right, than anybody else. I close later than anybody else. And even my executive assistant is sneaking out before I leave the office. And then send me a message to say, something happened. There is insecurity on the road. So I needed to leave early. Right? So, again, you see why leadership, true leadership, is self-leadership. It's leading you. And it's you that you have control over. You don't have control over somebody else. And sometimes you are hoping that if you lead yourself well, maybe, and there's no guarantee, my dear consultant, and there's no guarantee that others will follow. But maybe they will. Am I making sense at all? But for you not to lead by example and then say, no, everybody needs to follow. And that's really what's messing Nigeria up. Because people then carry title, but they are not leaders. Right? People then say, all of you, I need you to, cut your budget. You must cut your budget. Nigeria need to tighten their seat belts. But you are seeing really, really expensive cars by those who ask you to tighten your seat belt. Right? That is not real leadership. People don't believe it. I have never driven a brand new car in my life. Many of my employees have been given brand new car that the company paid for. Paid for. Right? They can't pay my salary until they pay everybody's salary. That's leadership. Right? We have to see from me first. I hope this makes sense at all. And it's difficult, even for me. There are a lot of times, I'll give you a practical example. One day my wife runs one of our subsidiaries in Dubai. And then we had a management meeting that particular day. Now, it was PTA. We have 3 children. One of us have to go for PTA, no be so. But it clashes with management meeting. So, my wife had to go, meaning she'll be late for the management meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, she got queried. Right? I mean, the children are our children. We are not denying that. Okay? And if I were the one that took the kids to the management, to the PTA, I would still get queried. That's what leadership really is about. You see why it's not easy, huh? It's not. Because it's easy to say, no, she's my wife. It's our children. Then others will say, but, Oga, when you come to your own wife, you bend the rule. Then for us, we must obey the rule. Okay, let's go on. Is this helpful? Okay. And I'm saying this also in the context of running business. Because if you really don't sit up as a founder of a business, it will not work. Right? You want everybody to help you grow your business, but you are not sitting up for them to see the level of sacrifice that you are bringing to the table. And not just, oh, I'm the boss. Next. Because of time, quickly, next. Okay, people follow clarity, not noise. Number 2, people what? Follow clarity and not what? And not noise. You know, again, sometimes we think that what makes us good leaders is activities, you know, and not productivity. Activity, you know, let's show up, let's do. I'm happy to meet the postmaster today. I mean, I read about appointments, long CV. But you see, when I read about the idea of turning post office to e-commerce centers, and brilliant idea. And please help me clap for that. And our team, good idea. Right? That is an example of clarity and not what? Just simple, nothing complicated, right? It's clear. And so a lot of times, and I say this, leadership sometimes is 80% communication. 30% communication. Those who will really execute what you need done is still the people. So if you fail at effective communication, clarity, then it's difficult to really achieve the result. So it has to be clear. The idea must be simple. Write it down, make it plain, that he may run that readeth it. Ladies and gentlemen, going back to idea number 1, I have a 50-year goal plan for my life. This is the 17th year. 50-year goal plan. This is where I want to be here. This is what I want to. Yes, you are here. Some of you are looking. It sounds shocking, Abi. Now, don't start with 50. Start with 5. Start with 5. Do your 1 year. Thank God this is December. Do 1 year. And then do what? Do 5 years. Start there. Start there. And if I did not set up a 50-year goal plan, by now I will have turned myself to one of those local champion entrepreneurs you find in Nigeria. I hope you know them. Right? Big belly. How are you? But because you are running a race of 50 years, and then you are benchmarking, as all more, each time they read my profile and say he has a goal of controlling $40 billion, I'm saying, oh Lord, who sent me message? JJ, I should have had, a $50 million empire dream. Okay? So, very important that we make the dream clear. People understand it. Everybody can explain it. And this will help. Next. Now, if you really want to then go deep down into leadership, business leadership, systems build growth, not sentiments. Systems. So you are more conscious of systems, right? And not just me, because you're not building a one-man business, right? It's not about you. It's about the people. It's about how do we make sure somebody, I'm suffering from a challenge where I could close a deal better if I go directly. But because I know I'm building a system, I will send someone that may end up messing up the deal, and then, well, are we together now? Then take me another 2 years to groom the person. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, as soon as he or she knows it a bit, he says, you are not paying me well. You are not treating me well. If I some, the person not treating them well is Nigeria. And so they japa. One of our biggest crises in Nigeria is human capital. All the good hands and that's why they could afford to japa, have left. And thank God for the man that want to change things. Okay. You can ask many of his colleagues, they are out of this country. As people really get, skillful, they start leaving. And unfortunately, can I be honest with you, except you are going there to start a business, you better stay here. Right? You better stay here. Right? Because everybody is tightening things too. You know, and with AI, you better stay here. Because we don't even need humans anymore. Right? AI does not complain for salary increase. AI does not grumble. AI does not frown face. AI does not come late to work. No drama. No gossip. Who does not love AI? And I have a gift for all of you today. I authored 5 new books on AI this year, and I'm giving all of you for free. Okay. So, next slide. So we need to think systems. Innovate and become visible. Innovate and become visible. One of my own biggest frustration with Nigeria is some of us who really have something to say have refused to say something. So the people leading the next generation are the ones who are fighting in the airplane. And then we are now analyzing who beats who more. See our life? See our life? So now you in your mind, and that's why sometimes people like, what's wrong with Dr. Steve? Why does he get, why is he so vocal? Your children are being mentored by these people. They are role model. Continue to keep quiet. Continue to keep quiet. But what you don't understand is that they are sucking all the attention and they are winning. So innovate and be visible. Be visible. Tap somebody beside you, say, be visible, be visible, be visible. So all this, I don't want to show off. I don't want, Oga, idobale ishewa, right? The fact that you decide to light a candle and put it under the bushel is not a proof that you're humble. You're not humble. You're not humble. Let your light show shine. That's what? And they will do what? So, are you bringing glory to God by hiding? By keeping quiet? And then people who have nothing to say are the one literally dictating national conversation. National conversation. Sir, it's time to jump in. Right? And I started with somebody. One of my latest products is by the name Dr. Cosmos Maduka. Some of you have seen it. Right? A few years ago, I told him, I said, I want to introduce you to the next generation. He did it about 2 hours or 3 hours. He was like, this is your social media. They said we should be careful. Okay? But, oh boy. In fact, he was part of our retreat in Singapore. He said, he had, how many of you remember who saw the money na water versus money no be water? Anybody, can I see your hands up? Okay? You know what he said to me that he learned from that? He said, I actually learned from Chief Priest. And what I learned is, indeed, currency. Attention is the new currency. Attention is the new currency. So his company did something for Abia State government, launched the first electric bus in Nigeria. And so he sent me the video, we uploaded it on all his platforms. And in less than 24 hours, MTN was calling, governments were calling. They said, Steve, so this thing you've been telling me. Because for the first 2 years, it was just his preaching and, speaking that he didn't even push anything about his company. Okay? But he's really shocked at how just one video showing something is doing better than all the proposals that needed to be submitted, meetings that needed to be had, and just one clip, right? They are calling your office and deals are happening. Can we be visible? I know you are not perfect, but can I shock you? What makes your story sweet is that you can check 5 years ago and even laugh at where you were then. Who knows what I'm talking about? Today I can check 10 years ago, and that's what makes my story real. Because sometimes when I tell people that I started our company with just 1,000 naira 17 years ago as a bulk SMS company, they're like, you know, we like all you teach, but you see, don't bobo us, all this aspire to acquire, you know, just, you know, just, it's not possible. You can't start with 1,000 and be this big. You are in 4 continents. That's not how it works. But that's how it started. And the good news in my case is that if you Google, you will see 10 years ago. You see how skinny I was, right? And so there is consistency. Does that make sense at all? Next. Have we gotten some value today? Are there tangibles that we can execute? Beautiful. So final thought, timeless rule, modern application. Leadership and business success boils down to 4 timeless pillars. Master yourself. Master yourself. How I know me. Right? Strength, weakness, everything I know. You'll be shocked that I'm an introvert. You'll be surprised. Right? My best experience is not being with you. With all due respect, apologies. The best time is when I'm alone. But I also learned that it will not help the mission. Always being alone. Does that make sense at all? So I have to intentionally be out there. Right? Can we just leave the slide on it? So master yourself, master communication. Master communication. Really invest in being able to really communicate better. Your ideas, your vision, your dreams, what you're trying to master communication, particularly communication that comes with clarity. Simplify it. Okay, I'll give you an example. Who do you think is, you know, for those of you who are Christians here, is the most deep pastor in Nigeria? Deep. I'm not saying deep. You can break Greek. Apostle Arome. Do you agree? Deep. I'm saying deep. I'm not saying simplicity. Deep. He can pieces all the Greek, Hebrew, you know. Example, because again, maybe some of you are new. Example of the person I'm looking for is Pastor Chris Okote. Right? So, whoever is the new version you people understand, who do you think in that line? It's Apostle Arome. Okay? Beautiful. I'm okay with that. Who is the simplest? Simplest, easy to comprehend. So, do we agree? Pastor Adeboye and Reverend Sam. Do you agree with Reverend Sam too? Come, do we agree or we don't agree? Who has more audience? Are we picking it now? Who has more audience? Papa Adeboye. Okay? If you want to hear the simplest sermon, go and listen to that. There's nothing complicated. He won't tell you Greek. He won't tell you Hebrew. Right? As simple as what? A, B, C. When you master communication, sir, whether in business, you make more money. Right? You make more impact. Right? You command more attention. So all this trying to impress us with Greek language and complicate the whole thing, it is not where the money is. Right? My time is up. Huh? Okay. I like this guy. So build with system, number what? Number 3, right? So think system. And when we're saying system, think outside of you. How will this thing last beyond me? How can this be something that can run whether I'm there or not? Innovate without what? Fear. All these, I don't want to trend. I don't want them to call my name. This year has been one of the best years for me. Because I trended, I charged $18,000 for coaching. So I run mentorship for. By the way, I'm here with Prince Bamdele, who is a dear friend and a mentee in real estate. One of the $18,000 one of the $18,000 is Imaga you call now. But he's been able to build a multi-billion naira corporation in a short distance because he took advantage of that mentorship. So I often say this, that are you aware that it takes being smart to be poor? Yeah. Because one of the major ingredients for poverty is analysis that leads to paralysis. And that's why sometimes when you meet some of the wealthiest people, you really get angry. Do you know what I'm talking about? Because they are not that intelligent. With all due respect, who knows what I'm talking about? Am I the only one? They're not that intelligent. Right? They're not that, I mean, at least based on how you want intelligence to be. They didn't go to Harvard, they didn't go to Yale, they didn't go to Stanford. They can't break down the numbers like my guy will do and pieces everything. But they make the money. In fact, Dr. Cosmos put it this way: you may not like my English, but you cannot quarrel with my result. My English, my grammar and tests may be fighting each other, but you can't fight with my result. I have a tangible what? Result. Ladies and gentlemen, can I conclude by saying, if we really want to turn this nation around, we need to build businesses that are like institutions. We need to have men like institutions. The government alone can't do it. If our government can't create jobs, they are just to provide the policies. It's you and I who need to rise. Arise and shine, for the light has come, and the glory of the Lord has risen upon you. Lastly, you were born for such a time as this. I don't care how messed up Nigeria is. And for someone who runs business in Dubai, in the UK, in the US, the money is in Nigeria. It's in Nigeria. There's still a reason why, we are still really, really strong with our business here in Nigeria. There's still a reason why. Okay? And you were born to solve this problem. Whether it's political, whether it's economical, can you look at your neighbor and say, you are born. You're born. You are the one. If I tell you no other neighbor, if that one is not, say neighbor, it is you. We have been waiting for you. And I'm not saying this to make you feel good. We have been waiting for you. If only you know what you carry, sir. If only you know what you carry. Right? I wish I had more time. This man will have shared his story with you. What has happened in the last 2 years with his business. Right? This man. Right? Okay? It is you we are looking for. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
Excellent. A real warm round of applause. Warm round of applause for, wow. I think we should do this right away. Let's have our pictures right away before we do the questions and answers, so that at least first of all the special guests, and then after questions and answers we can do a general picture and we'll be fine. So can we have all the special guests and all the speakers come forward for a general picture, please? Dr. Moody, please kindly join us up here. I would like everyone who has spoken today to take a picture together. Yes, from Dr. Moody to right before this. We'll have to be in front of this, I guess, so that nothing obstructs us. Who's going to start the picture? Can it be behind? Okay, wait. Let's be over here. From Dr. Moody to Mr. Ogudigbo to Mr. Ekwenobe to Mr. Bola to Ms. Odeyemi, and of course Dr. Akintayo. Let's please. Yeah, we'll come back to this shortly. Yes. Please, Mom, can you join? Yes. We can as well have a special guest also, please. You can also be part of this. Yeah. Oh yes, can Dr. Kemi? Yes, please come forward as well. You're part of the organizers for this. I'd like you to come up and let's take pictures together. Please. Thank you. I'm happy. Are we good? So kindly help with that, please. That slide that has Dr. Akitayo's image with the book and that beautiful smile there. Well, he's not smiling actually. All right, that's it. Thank you so much. A round of applause for all our speakers and our guests. Please let me hear you. Let me hear the applause, please. Let me hear the applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, so yes. So we are the very final point of this wonderful occasion, and we're going to be taking Q&A. So I'm going to call up. No, not you. But yeah, you will come back up, but I'll have the moderator handle that. So, but just the speakers alone will do it. So if you haven't dropped a question on Slido, well, I mean, I'm not sure how much we can help you, but I would hand over at this point to the moderator for this session. That is, of course, the person of Dr. Kemi Agbaoye, who happens to be the Director of Programs at Nigeria Health Watch. Dr. Kemi, please. A round of applause for her as she takes the stage and then leads the Q&A session. Right. So I'm guessing, yes, of course, now is the time that you might be able to put on your microphone and then speak, okay? So if your question has not been captured and you do have the opportunity to speak directly, would require you to punch briefly, not that kind of punch, you know what I mean, just tap, better, tap the table microphone and then you might be able to speak and we'll have your question. All right.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been an amazing time. And honestly, I have learned so much. I'm sure it's the same for you. So a few ground rules before we get started. So we're going to take questions both within the room, so you will have the chance to use the microphone in front of you, and then as well online on Slido. The Slido link has been up a couple of times. Media team, if you could please put it up again so people can get a chance to leave their questions there. I strongly encourage you to use Slido, because you might not get the chance to speak within the room. Now, if you do want to speak within the room, you will indicate by raising your hand, and when I call on you, not before, after I've called on you, you can then turn on your microphone. There's an icon with like a human head and something that looks like amplify on your microphone, so that's what you turn on. Now, you can only speak after I have indicated that you can speak. And then when you're not speaking, please turn it off, because if you don't, the camera in the room will zoom in on you like it's doing to me right now on the screen. So you turn it off when you're not speaking. Is that fine? And then for the Slido link, if there's a question that someone has asked that you think really resonates with you and you'd like me to ask it, upvotes, so it can become more prominent at the top of my list. And then I can prioritize that in asking the moderators. And then when you do get a chance to speak, you have exactly 1 minute to ask your question, after which I will cut you off unceremoniously. And try to shy away from telling your life story and just go straight to questions so that they can answer the question in your heart. All right, so please put your hands together and join me as I welcome first to the stage Dr. Stephen Akintayo, keynote speaker. Yes, please come up, sir. Thank you so much. If you could please take the seats right beside me, that would be great. And then next, please put your hands together for Mr. Beulah Amofin Adeoye as he comes up as well and takes the next seat. And then after that, Postmaster General herself, Tola Odeyemi, will take the next seat after that. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. If these guys, if they have blessed you today, please keep clapping. And then finally, Mr. Daniel Ekwenobe to the very last seat over there. Please put your hands together for them as they come up. Keep clapping, please, until they are seated. They're not seated yet, by the way. All right, thank you so much, and thank you to amazing speakers. I almost got a bit emotional when I was sitting there and just listening to you speak, because this started as a dream a few months ago. This is way beyond expectations. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time. I'm saying this on behalf of the LifeClass team that put this together, most of whom you've already interacted with. So to get us started, I'll prioritize the questions we already have online. I'll start with those, and then I'll go back to the room, take maybe 2 or 3 questions in the room, and then come back online and see if there are new questions. And there are some very interesting questions here. The first one here that I would like to read, I would actually target to you, Mr. Odeyemi. There's someone here who had a question about the traffic lights. Yes. So someone said, what should come first, the egg or the chick? Should we not have security in place before we demand that people stop at red lights? It's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek question.
Yeah. So, I don't think people stop at don't stop at red lights because of security. I mean, I've seen people stop at red lights in the middle of central business districts, right? So, it's not a chicken or egg answer, it is a principled matter. I mean, yes, I'm not saying it's absolute. There's nothing absolute in life. If it's 3 a.m., you're the only person on the road, most likely the lights are flashing. It's considered, but for the most part, it's just people don't want to be inconvenienced. So think of a traffic light, I don't know how many people in Lagos, for example. It's not even the cars, the Okadas, they don't even stop. So it's an inconvenience, and it's a almost like a principle of that, how do I want to put it? It doesn't matter. And it does. Because a red light is actually for your own good. If everybody sticks to the red lights, we're all safer. I had a friend, so let me give you an example. I had a friend while I was in university who is still in a home today, brain function has never functioned since that night. This is probably about 15, 18 years now, because he was making a left turn and somebody decided not to stop at the red light. And he has had no brain function, has been in a home they're just managing his body, right? So I think sometimes we also think that rules are not for our good, like some, again, because people like to blame politicians in Nigeria, let me just use that, because like somebody, that you actually think that there was no thought behind it, that it's just there to inconvenience you, right? So that is why you think you don't care, because it's just an inconvenience of the Nigerian state again towards the citizen. Meanwhile, it is there so that everybody is safe. If everybody follows the rules, everybody is safer.
Thank you so much. That's an excellent answer. And leaning into that a bit more, I'd like to come to you, Dr. Stephen. Someone asked, is perfection real? If so, as individuals, does seeking for perfection in everything make or break you? Is striving for perfection or being consistent better? So which is better, striving for perfection or being consistent?
The question is confusing because ultimately when you're consistent, you will become perfect, right? So there can be perfection without consistency. But you're better off starting not perfect and then working, there are a few types of people. There are those who have IQ, there are those you also have EQ, you also have QQ. I'm a QQ person. and it's called Quest Quotient, right? I'm not always the smartest in the room, but will out hustle everybody else in the room. And give me time, right? I will take over the room. So that's the better formula, in my own opinion. You start, you're not perfect, people are laughing at you, people probably will mock you, you come up with this bogus idea, I'm going to be this, and that's what one of the things I was sharing in my slide, that most times leadership is 80%. It's just you keep saying it long enough, you'll get there. That's what Joseph had, all he had was his dream and the audacity to say it, innovate without fear.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll come to you, Mr. Viewer. So someone wants to know, does doing my own small parts truly make a difference in a country of 230 million, where indifference is widespread? Should real change start from the top or the grassroots?
So thank you very much for the question. And I think, yes, so the direct answer is yes. Your small part is the most important part. Going to the question relating to traffic light, if you live in the West, everybody stops at the traffic light. So there is the expectation that you will stop. That's why you find blind people in London find their way around the city without sight, and they go home every day. So they trust the system that the next person will stop. When they hear that sound, pom, 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 if they can't see, it tells them stop. It tells them go. Okay? So all of us have a part to play in the greatness of the country. Your part matters. Because if your part is there, that's the lacuna, that's the gap. And imagine everybody then living their gaps, and then we have a system that fails. If you have a system, then you have different aspects of the system. And for those people who watched air crash investigations, one tiny thing that failed, and in planes they have fail-safes for everything. Something just started and everything collapsed because that simple thing failed. So you're that important to the success. Yes, it's important. Everybody's part matters, and they must play it.
There was a small follow-up to that. So should change start from the top or from the grassroots?
It's both ways. I used to think, when people say Nigeria has a leadership problem, because I was a follower for a very long time, I used to say, no, Nigeria has a followership problem. So we have a leadership problem and a followership problem. We are not demanding the right things from our leaders. Okay? So that's our fault. We're not demanding from our leaders, but leadership now matters. I've led in business, I've led in philanthropy, I'm now leading in politics, and I now understand why people say leadership matters. I'll give an example. From tonight, I'll be in my village. Politicians live in the grassroots, right? So forget the UN house and the posh. I'm going to sleep in my village tonight. And we're meeting 104 people tomorrow. And there's a budget that we've approved for that. But I'm challenging the budget. So they've come to me, and they're numbers. So don't let anybody tell that Nigeria doesn't have statistics. When we need the statistics, we have it. We know exactly what is going on. There are people that know it. So, but they push and have pushed back. The leader can push back. The leader can say no. They will not do it in your time when you say no. You mentioned Lee Kuan Yew and how Singapore turned from a country where their neighbors rejected them to be one of the Asian tigers. The leader has his role to push back, to say no, to be alone, to be a madman. And at the end of the day, that system works because leadership and followership must move in step for a system to function appropriately.
Wow. Thank you so much. And to you, Mr. Daniel Kunebe, I have a question for you. I mean, someone has a question for you. As an early career person who wants to contribute to Nigeria's development, but doesn't have the wherewithal, how do I assist with Nigeria's development?
Start where you are, do what you can, use what you have. And I think that I remember my journey started on campus. I've told the story in my TED talk. I captured it like every Nigerian complaining about Nigeria. That's what you saw during the Obasanjo era. And I had a eureka moment. I just asked myself a question. If I were president on this matter, what will I do? My brain knocked. Any answer I came up with, I knew that it was wrong. You could tell 1,001 things that was wrong with that decision. It's like looking at Nigeria's security situation now and trying to re-engineer Nigeria, rebirth Nigeria. Your brain will be on fire. And so what I found was that there were more people complaining than people who were preferring solutions. So if you see, you never see me on TV grumbling or complaining. While on campus, I started doing, policy drafts. I said, on this matter, see how you solve this problem. See how you solve this problem. In one of those writing stuff, and I'll put it into FedEx, and I'll send it directly to the office. And it got to them, surprisingly. One of those things I sent forward was what led me to lead the transformation in the maritime sector. So I led transformation under Kemi, the 5-point transformation program for the entire maritime sector. I led that program. But that was preceded by me just sitting down and looking at the problem and writing. Since then, I've done all kinds of transformation programs, right? The first community policing framework in Nigeria was done by me. The first COVID response framework in Nigeria was done by me. I mean, so many, right? But all of that started with you just looking at problems and saying, how would I solve it, right? The muscle you build to be a critic and the one you build to be a problem solver are two different kinds of muscles, right? And so what happens many times that most of us in Nigeria have invested heavily on being critics. So the moment you put people in office of responsibility, they have no capacity to solve the problems, right? So I think that where you are now, begin to be a problem solver. And the issues in Nigeria are local, they're not national. See, every complex problem can be broken down into, it's a complex correlation of simple problems. So solve the simple problems and the big problems will solve themselves.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll try to contain my excitement. But now I would like to take 2 or 3 questions from the floor. Okay, Dr. Kayode, 1, 2, 1 last one. Okay, so I'll take those 3 questions, and then after that, I'll take all 3 questions together, and then with my wisdom and of course with the direction of the panel, we would figure out who would answer, or you could direct your question to a specific panelist if you prefer. Dr. Kayode, you first.
All right, thank you so much, sir. My question is to Dr. Stephen. You said you have centers in UK, Dubai, and then probably Singapore, and US also. And I was wondering if my strategy for having a Sierra Leone, in Liberia, if it's WAP, should I be thinking more of the international community than expanding across West Africa? The second question, you offered your wife a query. What happened afterwards? How did she take it? Very well, thank you.
All right, thank you. Please ask your question.
Thank you so much. My question is to Dr. Stephen as well. So my question is, I run a small consulting business that I started like a year ago, and majorly I provide services to like social impact organizations. And recently, a few people have approached me to either look for partnership or even for like having an equity stake in the organization. And while I know that is important in the long run, I may be a bit worried if it's too early to start coming to partnerships and equity and all that. at such an early stage for a startup. So I wanted to just hear your thoughts on progression in terms of business. At what point do you think it's necessary to open up for partnerships and stuff like that?
Thank you. And Abilat's sister over there, yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Adegoke, and I have questions to two of the speakers. The first is to the CEO, Jidexa. You mentioned that your business was built from 1,000 naira. So to every young entrepreneur in this room, what is like the surest strategy that you recommend? What is the one take home that you feel everybody can employ if they intend to take business as a career path? And the other is directed to the NIPOS CEO. You mentioned, I was surprised when you said that the distrust in governance is global. In the past 2 decades, it's been going down. So, like, in your opinion, what is the main factor? What is the main contributing factor to this? Is it the globalization? Is it the access to information? What exactly? And how can we tackle that as an issue? Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Stephen.
Yes, thank you. It depends on your business, right? So sometimes you have more opportunities in Africa and that you can start, that you can leverage on. So the answer will be, what kind of business are you into? That's what determines whether do I first start with Sierra Leone, or I start with Cameroon, or do I just do Dubai? In our case, Dubai, US, UK. But it's always a function of the product. The important thing is that money is money, right? Whether it's coming from Sierra Leone or it's coming from the US. So let's not, have that feel of, okay, I wish, it shines better when I say my company is in Dubai, right? It's not really that. I have come to appreciate Nigeria better, running business internationally, when I see so much regulation internationally, right? For example, to start work on one of our properties in the US, over 100 acres, it's taken us over 2 years to just get permits. Now, if that were to be in Nigeria, I would say, you see. So there are some things we just say about Nigeria because we've not even tried it elsewhere. It's just an assumption that it's better elsewhere. Sometimes regulations are tougher in other parts of the world than even in Africa. In Africa, you can still do, you are my guy now. I remember one of my very funny experience was going to Dubai, and then my visa, those the early days I used to, before I started living in Dubai, and the visa was to end 12 a.m. of the next day. So I got to the airport, I think 11, between checking in, it was now 12 or something. And I changed everything. And it was years where our ATM was not working. If you remember, you travel abroad, you can't use your Nigerian ATM. And they said I have to pay the per day that you overstay. I think maybe it was 100 dirham. I looked at the Emirati guy, like, see now, it's just 10 minutes now. I was so frustrated. And the guy too became frustrated. I said, system, me? Nothing. I can't do nothing. System, right? Because the whole system has been automated, right? He empathized with me that it was just few minutes, but there was nothing he could do, right, to change it. So we love all these other countries, but when you get there, okay, why is it that most Nigerians are not entrepreneurs outside of Africa? Have you ever asked yourself? Why is it that people literally who are big entrepreneurs here, they japa and then they have to pick up a job? Some have to start Uber, some literally, go back to careers because of these realities. So based on your business, enjoy where God has placed you, right? My wife query, well, That's why she's my wife. I married one of the most amazing. My wife is just amazing. I mean, you know, one day I'll write a book and it's just about my wife. Okay, so very understanding. I won't be here without her because our level of understanding, we knew we're not building a family business, we're not building a one-man business. My wife is not number 2, number 3 in our company. She's not next to me in hierarchy, right? In fact, her boss was a mentee, somebody who came to do internship with her. So, yes, that's the kind of organization we run. So it was intentional. And we knew we were building a transgenerational business. We're not doing one-man business. If you ask me today now, I want to do business with GTEx, I really don't know the price. I don't know which one. I can link you with somebody in the organization that can then help you. Unfortunately, I'm struggling with that because Nigerians don't understand that concept. They think you're arrogant. They think, oh, what are you talking about? Let me and you do the deal and let's just move on. But if you're building, and real estate is transgenerational. 100 years from now, the children of your clients will still ask you questions. So you have to be thinking into the future. And that's why, but she understands that it's not easy, right? Maybe sometimes the meet you're supposed to be 4, maybe you'll be 3, right? But she's an amazing woman who has endured my leadership principle, right? The next question was partnership. At what point do you start? There's no hard and fast rule to that, right? Some people have started business from day one and it worked, right? Some people, in fact, we studied this. I'm currently doing an executive MBA with Harvard University, and we saw businesses where they started without even having the product. It was just a partnership, and it worked, right? We had case studies where it was that they had the idea first before they then looked for the people that fits, you know, that could complement the idea, and it worked. So there's no hard and fast rule. Sometimes it's about who you are, it's about the business itself, it's also about the quality and the type of people you're dealing with. Your personality also comes to play. I, for example, have a melancholy, choleric personality, which means confrontation is not my problem. Okay, so if most of my partners are flag, do you see now? That business won't last because they just see everything I say as being rude, arrogant, not being courteous enough. Am I making sense at all? So you also have to look at who you are, and that's why some people who are flag do better with partnership, right? They do so well because they are so conscious. Some people are relationship driven. Some people are result driven, right? So if you are relationship driven, then you do better with partnership. If you are result driven, then you want to be careful who are the partners you are bringing on board. Will they understand your personality so that it doesn't become something that they misread and then literally you are regretting going into that partnership? I hope it makes sense. Okay, I think there's one more question. Shortest way. I say that, to be honest, one of my biggest strategies, sometimes people see me as an organization as richer than we really are because we leverage on 2 principles: vendor financing, right? And I also call it client financing. So for example, in the UK, we have inventory in terms of property to sell as of today now in the UK, over £1 billion, right? It's not my money. Do you see what I'm saying? But you're going to see me say, I have this property for you to buy, I have that property for you to buy, and that's where young people can leverage. You can get good at bringing both parties together, the buyer and the seller. I hope this makes sense at all. So this whole concept of I must own the product I must be the owner of the product. There are people who have, put resources together. They own the product. There are also people who are looking for the right product. So what you bring to bear is integrity, is transparency. This is my court in this deal. We did, for example, over $100 million transaction in Dubai when I was there, and not one dime came into our company account. Not one. Right? Because I wasn't the one building those properties. So a lot of the clients will say, well, I don't even have the local currency in Dubai. I only have Naira. Let me just send to you, then you change it for me. I said, no, maybe I'll recommend a third party. And it helped. Because we later then had about 5 clients that the developer, they defaulted, and the developer decided to revoke their units and didn't give them their property. And they did everything to come after me. What saved us and me and our organization was that you didn't pay a dime to our account. Am I making sense at all? So it's important to now know what you bring to bear. I bring integrity, right? I'm not going to play games with you, to both parties, whether the clients, whether also the people who have the product. But I can assure everybody here, you can start your business today by looking for somebody who already has a product that is good, and say, I have connection. Remember, your network determines your what? Your net worth. There are 3 things that will make you, there are 3 ways to make money, right? Hard work, right? Smart work, okay? And the third one is network. Here's what I realize most of us do with our lives. We work hard. Particularly Africans, we're good at this. We work hard. In fact, we feel guilty. I remember one of my mentors was sharing with me about a deal he did, and in 6 months they were ready to pay him $24 million. Right, the first tranche was $5 million, and he felt he didn't work hard enough. And then told the person to put back the $5 million into the business, and well, the money then disappeared. Looking back, he's now saying, I should have collected my first $5 million out of this. But he had this typical Nigerian mentality of, I just put in $2.8 million into the deal, and in 6 months, this kind of huge money is coming in. No, let's work hard. Let's work hard. So you then have smart work, but some of us stop here. Hard work and smart work. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize that the wealthiest people in the world add network to it. And there's a reason why work is still inside network. Because to truly network, you must work. In fact, experience in the last 5 years that I've started mastering the art of networking has taught me that, man, the work, you don't get part 2. But some of you, by the virtue of how you were born, the connection, the school you went to, unlike people like us who, the school we went to, right? Or so some of us have this naturally, right? Where you worked, right? I didn't work in KPMG. I, look for a job, like my guy here. I look for a job after I finished OU. Who knows OU? Olabisi Onabanjo University. And funny enough, it was just over 15 years ago. Then there are 3 categories of graduates: private school, number 1, right? Then federal school, number 2, then state school. I went to a state school, so I knew first of all I won't get a job. So I didn't even waste my time. I printed 100 CV with a cover letter that says, don't pay me for 6 months until I prove my worth. The first place I took my CV to, they said there's no table and chair, so they can't still give me the job. The second place, the receptionist collected my CV and walked away like I wanted to take her job and did not return. I had to excuse myself. The third place, I was told that, look, there's no job in Nigeria. You started business when you were on campus, which was the bulk SMS business. Move with it. And you can see what God has done 17 years later, right? So some of us is social media that you have. Everybody knows your social media. Look for a good product, right? Give assurance to the person, the owner of the product, that if you give me 6 months, I will sell this much, right? Can I go brand it, brand myself, understand the product, then I look for the customer. Some of you, I assure you, you will soon be billionaires very soon. Mr. Prince here, that's exactly what he did, right? 2 years ago, was looking for me to buy a particular property in Kaduna as a property agent, right? At some point, my team were up and down, they were not giving the response, but he has started from being the middleman. Do you see where I'm going now? So you understand the real estate sector. And then took up, said, let me try this one myself. Well, let's say the rest is history.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, please. Question on governance, global governance.
Okay, the question on why the rise in distrust. So I think just 3 or 2 categories, I think, in my own opinion. One, the first one is sort of like a triple one, which is globalization, internationalization of businesses, and technology. So what has happened is, with the rise of globalization, you sort of have like immigration and all these shifts, which has led to polarization in politics is now polarized, because when resources and people are crossing boundaries, there's a lot of people, somebody's bitter on this end, businesses leave one country to go to the other, people come from this area to go to this area. So in my opinion, and that has caused a lot of polarization, people don't trust their governments. Technology, I think a couple of decades ago, there was a time, particularly in the US, where they were breaking monopolies, right? Breaking companies that were too big, particularly the infrastructure companies and the oil and gas companies. What you now have with technology is that they're creating monopolies, but you can create monopolies across jurisdictions, right? So, for example, let's look at like a Starlink X Amazon, right? Even if you try and break up these companies in one jurisdiction, doesn't really matter anywhere else. So you now have a lot of people, and I don't blame them. It was their idea. They are collecting their, I think Elon Musk is about to hit $1 trillion or something, right? So there's a lot of, so inequality is expanding because of these 3 things. So people are bitter. Then on the other end, you now have the rise of information. So there's information, disinformation, and misinformation. So you now have a coalition of just, different people with their theories, bitterness, then access to either collect massive information, not understand it, or disseminate information that is misinformation, right? So I think that's why it is so. People are not happy because of inequality, which is causing polarization, and there's massive outflow of disinformation or disinformation or misinformation across. Some of it is valid though, right? Lack of transparency, corruption, things like that. But it's just too many things. It's a cycle. That's why I think. I hope that was really something.
Thank you so much for tackling such a complex question with such simplicity. So there's one question online I'd like to throw to all the panelists that you might want to weigh in on. Someone says, what were the demerits of efforts like Confab 2014 in social architecture, and what can citizens do when the president has the final say on major issues in Nigeria? Mr. Daniel, you're smiling, so I figure you'd like to start.
Governance generally is complex, and so you don't engage a complex problem with a simplistic view, right? I remember when people have been saying that, let's change our constitution or the system is not working, and my argument is you cannot say a system isn't working until you've pushed the system to its limits. The reality is, and this speaks to the point that told us earlier on, that there are enough policy documents and plans in Nigeria. We have to just take them as is and use them. So for example, if you made me president at any point in time, I will only have one agenda: implement what we have. You have a policy, don't give me any new one, implement it. You have a mandate, implement it. That confab was a very powerful document. They finished the level of inclusivity across jurisdiction and all of that. I'm not sure we'll get the same now, because we are arriving at the point of groupthink. There's a national groupthink taking place, particularly politically, right? But at that time, you had more diversity, people of different views and all of that. So because of that, I think that document was a very rich document. You take that document and every other one and implement them as is. So I think first of all, let's see that those things are great. A point that Buda made earlier on as well was the weakness in execution. We go through this. In fact, I remember when I was in national planning, and we'll finish the document. The next cycle of plan that happened, they stripped the old document, repackaged it, and represented it. Because if you look at it, a lot of these documents, the content is largely the same. The security document that we did in 2019, I saw a recent version, it was the same content. I mean, in terms of the issues that you have, right? And if you take newspapers of the 70s, of the 80s, of the 90s, and the conversation we are having is exactly the same conversation, right? So the issue is aim small, miss small. Just take the little things and just do them. And you will see how we saw it work. And I give an example. In 2017, 2018, one of the biggest things that happened in Nigeria that went unnoticed. We said Nigeria was in recession. The only way was to get private sector to bring in investments and create jobs. We got the companies that had in their plans, that is, they had tangible plans, and had earmarked investments of $1 million and above and 1,000 jobs and above, and could deliver in 4 months, in a four-year horizon. The president and VP came in, opened the process, declared that every minister and head of agency had to be on call. You had about 300 companies from manufacturing, processing, agriculture, transportation, power and gas in one location for 6 weeks. CEO and project lead were all on call with, I remember one guy telling me, he said, he just called his boss, said, Oga, GD Gas and Power, GD Upstream, here, live, free of charge. These guys were in the room for 6 weeks on removing challenges that these private sector organizations were having. And these guys collected the value, many of them, and exited the process. That the country, the nation did not benefit in terms of saying that this was what Nigeria did for these people. And that was because, and the reason, and again, talking of communication and narratives, because we're afraid that it will fail, we kept the media out. So we announced the launch. While the thing process was going on, it was a black box. Announced we had mobilized $22.5 billion in investment at the end. Of course, Nigerians do not believe you, right? But there are many things, there are many great things that happen in Nigeria that are not told. Of course, bad news travels fast and it's louder, right? So I'm just trying to say that we have pockets of wins. And again, one last thing I will say: governance is a continuum. We have a way of doing where the best things is sliced bread. You forget the other. We're designing a delivery mechanism. I remember this happening very well. And they said, this is an APC government, forget PDP. And I'm like, what the hell? That makes no sense. Some of the best delivery mechanisms in Nigeria were from the Obasanjo era, from the Yar'Adua era. Why are you saying you're not going to use that, right? The delivery entities that were set up under Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and were some of the best minds. So I went to interview these guys. How did you guys do it? I remember when Okonjo-Iweala was giving her a book, When You Fight Corruption, Corruption Fight, and I went and told her the story. She was almost in tears. Because she was like, I hope you told them. I said, yes, because, you have to build on top of what previous people have done. So I think that in terms of what we need to do as a country is find out what has worked in the past, replicate them. Find out what worked marginally, improve them. And then if you put all of these things together, because how many millions and billions we spend annually in some of these programs is school fees. We invest. You need to have those cycles of improvement. Well, we did it first time, it didn't work. Learning process, do it next time. But you just didn't everything that happened before with all the investments and the school fees and the people that led that process, and then you start something entirely new. The process we did in Nigeria, there were 4 of us. The country spent, the consulting investment was about $1.5 million. And then if you combine that with the entire budget, it came to about $3 million in total. 4 of us got that knowledge, of which I was chief, and we left that all out of the system for us. It is food for next life. I use it for consulting. I can do logic and transformation program anywhere in the world. But the school fees, the scholarship was given to me by Nigeria, but Nigeria has not benefited from it. And there are many programs like that in this country.
Wow. Does any other panelists want? Yes, please, sir.
So if I may, and thank you very much for that. I think one of the biggest challenges we have in Nigeria is that the worst of us rule over the rest of us, and the most of us do nothing about it. When I was a child, my parents would tell me about the universities of their days, and the story and the narrative we've been having as children is that Nigeria was bad then. So this Nigeria is bad. It's not a new thing at all. Nigeria was bad for our parents. Then it was bad for their own parents. And then it's bad now. Did we know that Okonjo-Iweala days, Jonathan days were golden eras? Oh, in retrospect, by the way, as a change maker, you would likely be celebrated in retrospect. Jesus died as a criminal, hung on a tree. Now, at his name, every knee shall bow. So as a change maker, when you're making changes, you are sometimes eccentric. I got an award once as I forget what the name was, but stranger, weird person. It was an award I collected. Okay, but let me face the Nigerian problem. So yes, we have this institutional memory, and nobody goes back to look at it. Okay? So now, leadership itself is not a learning experience. In Yoruba story, I would say, Omowani Ejeoshe. No. I remember working with governments. In part of my work, I worked with governments. A particular governor in Nigeria would spend 8 hours on a day, do a research, spend another 12 hours looking at what is happening in the states. They would be there. He would be taking notes. When the government was leaving, they asked us to write the plan for the new government. That happens in Nigeria. I can tell you, at least 7 of those people, I can mention their name, they're in government now. So it does work where it works. But they had an intellectual as the governor, and mentorship. There's nobody that worked with a person that is not in senior places in government today. I don't have clearance to mention the name. Just check Nigeria. I think there's only one state that has that, apart from maybe the current president. Okay. So the idea is that all of that comfort, all the think tank. Did you know that Singapore sent people to Cambridge to learn, because they were trying to create their sovereign wealth fund? How do we invest into the future because they tried it and it failed, and they now send people to places where the best minds were to understand how they could do it right. They tried, they failed, they tried again, and they got it right. Nigeria pays school fees every year, sending people to top schools in the world, but we don't make use of it. So what do we need to do? We need to gather those things and execute. And how do you execute? We need people that understand that the turn they have in government is not to make money. It is for them to serve and create institutions and systems that will survive them. I'm delighted when I'm listening to my brother here talking about legacy and something multi-generational. Our multi-generational in Nigeria largely is on paper only. So one of the major things we have to do is to create succession where you are currently. Who's that person going to take over from you? You are not successful until your successor is more successful than you. If you've not created a pipeline of leaders. Oh, by the way, in the Bill Adeoye Foundation, if I died today, by the grace of God, I'll live. There are people that will continue that for the next 100 years. My organization, I don't run the organization. I took my lessons from professional services, KPMG, EY, Deloitte, put it into the system, and the system runs. Oh, I'm an employee in my own organization. Don't sign my letter. I'm appointed. So we need more people with such institutional mentality. Where we run to abroad are the systems that work, not systems that are dysfunctional. So we have everything here. And if you look at the blueprint for national transformation that I've been writing for Oyo State over the last 1.5 years, and I've started writing for Nigeria now. You see blueprint for national transformation. Every session has recommendations, None of those recommendations involves a new thing. All of them are repurposing what we already have. We've done everything that's elaborate. All we need to do is repurpose them to be functional. And this country that was great will stop revving and get the tire on the road. Let's start moving. Thank you.
To just anchor on one thing, which has been said across board. Moving from the individual to the institution, that we need to be more focused on institution building. And in order for us to build institutions, it requires dying to self. Because it means that you need to reduce the individual for the benefit of the institution or the system. Michael Gerber talks about the difference between working in a system and working on a system. And so having that design mindset, because what happens for most people, and I'm going to borrow the word we're using for our conference, is most people would like to gatekeep because they want to stay relevant. They want to, manage access and restrict and consolidate power to the center. But when you do that, you weaken the system. So in order to build strong institutions and strong systems, you have to grant access to everyone, you have to distribute power, and you have to reduce your irrelevance. In the previous roles that I've had, the day I enter, I fire myself. And I say, look, I remember my last role, when I was leaving, they said, well, you're transitioning from country director to regional, what happens to the country team? I said, I'm 5-man deep. If one person leaves, another person steps in, and it won't break. And that team has run strong. Even now, they've changed government, they are still very strong. Right? So it's important that we learn the art of building systems and strengthening institutions as a going concern. Thank you.
So there was a second part to that question that I wanted to answer to, where I think the second part talked about the buck stopping on the president's table. I think that was the second part of it. So I think that this is one of, I don't know who said something about, I think it was you, sir, mentioning where there's no accountability, we don't hold our leaders accountable. Because if we did, we would know that the buck, you might think that the buck stops at the president's table. There are 3 tiers of government, and this is what the problem is. Everybody focuses on one person, when there are hundreds of people that hold power in this country that are not being held accountable, and we focus on demonize. And this is not because I work for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It's just always, maybe it's a lack of civic education at a level. There's the president, there's the executive, there's the National Assembly. both at federal and state. So state is House of Assembly and there's National Assembly. And there's the judiciary. So this is the judiciary, there's sort of, sacred cows, because we can't, their job is their job, we can't. But, so for example, I'll give for an example, the Orosanye report, right, that everybody, to collapse the cost of government. This report has been out for a while. Makes absolute sense. You would think that the president just needs to sign off on it. No. There are about, I don't know, maybe 200 institutions that are affected. Before the president can sign off on it, the National Assembly, both the lower house and the upper house, would have to amend the laws and acts of each of those organizations. Yeah. Amend the laws and acts of each of those organizations, either consolidating, rebasing, updating, or whatever, before the president can do what he needs to do. So there's one person that everybody talks about, but there are, in National Assembly, I think there are about 500 and something, if you multiply the houses of assemblies across all the 36 states, and the 36 governors and the FCT. So you would see, and the reason why I'm highlighting this is the accountability part, because the person mentioned that the buck stops on the president's table. If the buck stopped on the Nigerian president's table, we will then have a dictatorship, not a democracy. We live in a democracy, which is why the reason I'm highlighting this is that we need to start holding everybody accountable. We need to be knowledgeable about who is responsible for what and hold them accountable. Because when everybody in that value chain and that ecosystem is accountable, it almost makes the job of the president irrelevant, right? It's just to either say no or yes, because so your security services, your senators, your representatives, your honorables, your judges, Supreme Court, appeal courts, at all levels. These are all the people who at a level determine the lived experience of everybody in Nigeria. Thank you.
So I want to start with the role of we as individuals. If you watch, I always recommend The Men Who Built America. It's a documentary you need to watch, right? The middle class in America didn't start with the government, right? Henry Ford, Dale Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, right? These guys started building great industries, and then civil society were demanding for better wages, and that led to what? Minimum wage, which increased what they were earning. Unknowing to them, they were creating the middle class, who eventually now make them extremely wealthy, because this was still the people who then were buying the cars, that were buying the gas, that were buying, and you have what you now know as that great economy in America. So you and I, sometimes instead of sitting back, blaming everyone, at least start something. I love when the person complaining has also done something. I will listen to you more, right? That, okay, your own corner, at least you're creating a change. So it helps your criticism to be valid, because we can see that at least you have some measure of result, but you don't have a job. Your only job is to tweet and to troll. That doesn't make sense. Even if it's to go and volunteer somewhere, go and refine your skill and build something for yourself, right? Because every great nation begins with a one-man dream. All these so-called great leaders, you talk about Lee Kuan Yew, he had a dream for Singapore, his own dream for Singapore. Was he executed by him alone? No. He needed other people, but it started with him having that dream. Is this making sense at all? So if I ask you now, what is your dream for you? Your dream for this nation, right? Can you start in your little way? And you'll be shocked. Years to come, you will really have made a difference, right? Instead of just complaining. The second part I want to talk about is communication. If I'm the president of Nigeria today, for 6 months, I'm on TV. I'm just talking to you. Oftentimes we talk about, I'm a bit close to President Obasanjo. We still had, devotion and breakfast just a few weeks ago. And we keep talking about the days of President Obasanjo. What Baba had was communication. Every month he's doing media chats. Who knows what I'm talking about? Right? There's media chats. You abuse Baba, he will abuse you back. Right? One of his major nemesis was Wole Soyinka. So when they interview, he said, I have told Wole, you should come and take a position. Right? Let's see what he will do. Right? If he can't do it, then he should leave those of us who are doing it, let him be writing his novel. That's what Obasanjo will tell you. But what he did was we then had an idea of what government is doing. Right? The private sector knows where to key in. Right? It was easy to know. Everybody just understand what they need to do to really help the nation move forward. What has happened in Buhari's administration is we will beg, and then beg, and then beg. And then one day, Bubu will remember us with a 1 hour, chat after 2 years. We need leadership is 80% communication. Tell us where you are going. Share the dream. It's not waste of time and resources to talk to us. Now, I understand it. You still go viral negatively. People will still complain. We all complain about Obasanjo. But it didn't change the fact that for the first time, we started creating a middle class in Nigeria, which we've gone back on now. Right? The gap between the rich and the poor is too wide. So, for those in government, whether at whatever level, and I love what my sister has said, that we should hold everybody accountable. We need to, I love this idea she has about the post office, but I want to see her talk more about it. Right? You have to talk till fake pass it. No, it's true. You have to, it's the truth. How did General Musa become chief of defense staff? Everybody complained to the point that our politicians just want to look good. And that's the problem with technocrats. When I met him 10 years ago, he still had hair, and there was no beard. White. See the man. I almost couldn't recognize you. What's going on, right? But he has taught and lost all the hair. But what is the problem? Social media posts, he will not do. He will not. He's here. He's my friend. He will not do. So he has all these ideas, all these policies. They will die in the shelves. And one guy that did not go to no jack, even YX certificate he can't produce, will rule over smart people because we're not talking. We're not leveraging on media to say, I have some ideas. This is who I am. I say when I talk to a lot of entrepreneurs, we also have that problem as business guys, right? Look, check the TV in America. It's all about policy today, policy tomorrow. Elon Musk met the president, this, that. Check our own TV. It's one. I'm sorry. He has not even managed his own fiscal health, and he's managing the entire nation. Talking on TV, talking rubbish, and that's all you are hearing. You that you have brain, we're not hearing you. And you have to be intentional about communicating that we have these ideas. We have these ideas. So, again, we want those of you in government to talk. To talk. Because for example, why does she need fake approval? If you ask fake, what's their own problem? The money to execute that thing, they don't have it. But the private sector can raise that money. I'm telling you, there will be literally win-win if we will raise that money to literally build you know, those post office, not just as post office, but as a mall. And 25% of it is then servicing the post office itself, and the rest is servicing. I mean, you can't even get decent. I live in Banana Land when I'm in Nigeria. We don't even have a decent mall where the richest people in Nigeria are. Is that bad? Ikoyi, show me how many good, well-designed mall. And that's my case. All right.
I think, again, because I did some work with the federal government before I retired. It was my last job. It was at the central bank. And certain people I'd worked with in the past asked me to do something to help solve the Nigerian problem. And I remember then I was addressing the Board of Governors. It was Nigeria's currency, issue with the forex forwards. This government and this president has an opportunity to get Nigeria right. This is the first time all the stars are aligned. Okay? When you see something that's wrong, there's an opportunity, there's a seed for success. Anything can pass through the National Assembly now. Institutional reforms. Those of us watching, I mean, I live in England, but we're watching Nigeria very closely. I'm here every week. They can pass anything through. No, actually, they have the numbers with the defections. They do. So those things that were impossible can be passed. Those constitutional reforms can be passed. Will they do it? The jury is out. Oh, by the way, they also have people that they trust in this government. I remember I'll have a meeting with the Board of Governors, and in my mind, in my consultant mind, I think it's about a week or two to be done. And you see the governor say, please, can you get it done now? Oh, by the way, this committee, while we're having this meeting, you go and sit in the next room and get things done. Another team is preparing communication. I saw efficiency in government when you have the right people in the right place. And the changes that needed to be done were done in weeks. You saw our currency come from 2,000 to almost 1,000. What happened? Did we sell more? Just fixing backlogs of things that were holding us back. This government has an opportunity to get it right. If they don't get it right, we will blame them. Because never ever has the stars been aligned than this government, not by their own design, but sometimes God just helps you in a way that you didn't expect. They must do the right thing.
So, since you are, no, it's not a hot seat. I don't have any problem. So yes, the government has it right? No, it's not God is part of it, but it's very intentional. So the money coming down, the cost of Naira stabilizing is because there was an executive decision made when no executive decision was made for the last 15 years. So the things that need executive decision are done. That's why our oil and gas sector is opening up, where I think this year alone about $25 billion in investment has come in. It's by design by the government. Stabilization of FX is by design, by executive decision. This is why I said there are three arms of government. The things that need executive decision, that are under executive mandate exclusively, are being fixed. And you know what? I would want somebody to get just an assignment, no matter how much you do not like the president, please go and look at the Renewed Hope Manifesto. We are executing it to a T, rebuilding the foundational blocks of Nigeria that have been destroyed. Our currency, even agriculture. I mean, I don't like to point out, trillions of Naira, 6 trillion was spent in 8 years. We have not manufactured an extra bag of rice. Because it was the policy, the framework was not meant to benefit Nigeria. But now, we have separated the things that need to be separated, ended the things that need to, and then now doing interventions the proper way. So it is painful. It's painful for every single person. Anybody can say anything about the president. Nobody wants to be the general villain. Yeah, nobody wants it. It's not a nice feeling to wake up in the morning and be insulted, no matter how tough-skinned you are. It's not a nice feeling. But there are things that need to be done that are painful. But for us in the future, in the next 10 years, for our children and grandchildren, we are fixing what needs to be fixed. Why, now that Nigeria, we're buying fuel in Naira, when last did we do that? I thought you all clap for the president. Oil importation has basically nosedived. There's no round tripping of our FX. Those are painful decisions that took a lot of political leverage. Our new tax law, took every single ounce of political leverage, even with a majority house. Because, like it or not, we're a fractionized nation. So it's not as easy. In fact, when I talk about my job, I have 10,000 staff. The days I want to give up, I was like, I can't imagine what the president is going through. 10,000 people are about to run me crazy. So I can't imagine what 230 million people are doing. You have an executive council. I was saying something. I mean, look, we have it. Who is going to? They'll tell you that it's not the president that's going to get them re-elected. Yeah. So you can have all your executive, not be president. I'll leave it there.
Okay, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Can I feel it? Can I effectively? I will. I just, so your mics are green because I have the mic, unfortunately. I just wanted to urge you to please share your final comments in 1 minute. One each. Defense. The compare says 30 seconds. But you see, I'm more magnanimous. 1 minute each, please. Thank you so much.
That's Ojuru. All right, no, but I think it's my final comment. So I'll just make it, and it's aligned with what has been said. I went for a meeting, hosted some delegation from the US, and we met with the American Business Council, right? And they said the government has been very good for them, the policies and all of that, and it was so good to hear. I think that, and this is to speak to Stephen's point, that you have not communicated well enough. I think that the PR machine of the government has not been utilized well. And when you leave a communication vacuum, it will be filled with all kinds of things. So again, it's about the point I made in my presentation. It's about signaling. I think that, and I'm saying this so that all those in government will hear. The three elements of signaling. One, the president and all those that work for the president have to ensure that their posture and body language is right and sends the right signal. They have to ensure that those who are involved in execution around them are seen to be executing and are communicating the execution in line with the body language. Then having a proper, clear, coherent, consistent communication mechanism around this, so that those who are performing like yourself and everybody else are saying the policies and the programs of the government and the results that are being had, so that everyone else, both those who are citizens and other stakeholders, can buy in and align, and then you can see cascade effect of the transformation the government is currently doing. Thank you.
Dr. Stephen, your mic was also green with it, so did you have a 1 minute or 30 second?
Well, if she has been the spokesman of the president, honestly, most of us will have been shouting on your mandate, we shall stand by now. So again, it goes back to leadership is 80% communication, right? So we can do better. But I'm really passionate about this post office conversation. I'm not stopping. If you have a consortium of real estate developers who are ready to partner with you, and the government will need to drop a dime, I'm too sure the president will push that to the National Assembly and get it done, right? And that way we can move fast, because it's a brilliant idea. And I think that's sometimes the challenge with some of our technocrats, because they are also, the yin-yang thing, right? So the guys who like to talk don't like to think. Those who like to think don't like to talk. You see the issue now? So the people talking are not thinking. The people thinking are not talking. And then we end up having good ideas, which goes back to what Daniel was saying. Policies that are just rotting, and then the guy who can talk, go and brush up, and we still not execute it, but we'll get the money. Right, I rest my case. By the way, there are a few of us who then can think and we can talk. And that's what I need the two of them to start doing. Let them join us.
All right, thank you so much. Can you please put your hands together for my amazing speakers? As they make their way back to their seats. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll hand over to PFM's.
Hello. Please don't stop giving that applause to all our speakers and our guests here. Thank you so much. This was very rich, very rich. Thank you. Wow. All right. Thank you. And one more applause for the moderator as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Kemi, for that. That was beautiful. Well, we are at the very last few minutes of this, and I guess it's been really exciting, yeah? This is not the kind of event you come to and like, oh, when are they finishing? Like, it was a struggle, right, to get us to stop. This is really good. It was classic, and I really think that we should give a really resounding applause to the LifeClass team that put this up. Well done, guys. Yep, well done, guys. Just top notch. Thank you so much. I'm going to call up stage to serenade us for a few minutes, a music interlude just shortly, Amara, before we wrap it up and call it a day. So you use my microphone and you've got 5 minutes.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Just enjoy the music while it's going on. As I lay me down, heaven hear me now. I'm lost without a cause, after giving it my all. Winter storm has come, and I can my son. After all that I've been through, who else can I turn to? I look to you. To you. After all my strength is gone, in you I can be strong. I look to you. I look to you. And my melodies are gone. You are can be strong. I look to you. Come and turn to your neighbor and tell your neighbor, I look to you. We can make this. Yeah. Oh. hold my breath. There's no more fighting left. Sinking to rise no more. Fighting for what I always wanted. Winter storm has come and again my son. And after all that I've been through, yeah, who else can I turn to? I look to you. I look to you, yeah. After all that I've been through, yeah, who else can I turn to? I look to you. I look to you, yeah, yeah. Melodies are God. Yeah, I look to you, yeah, I look to you, 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 yeah. Oh, I look to you.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Amara and Daniel, for that. All right, I'm going to call up again the lead convener, if I may, of this wonderful experience. It's been an experience, quite all right? Yeah, it's been quite an experience. But before I do that, I'll just to recap again some of the key takeaways by each of the speakers. Mr. Sunday Ogidigbo had emphasized a strategic shift from aid dependence to self-reliance through systematic value creation, which inherently attracts support, some dignity and respect. And Mr. Daniel Ikunobi had emphasized that transforming Nigeria's narrative requires developing strong individual cognitive capacities and implementing inclusive policies that ensure that every citizen's welfare matters. And then our Postmaster General, Mr. Lodemi, had asserted that rebranding the public service is not just about logos and slogans, but that it requires a transformation into an ethical, capable, and innovative institution that is essential to catalyze economic growth and national renewal. And of course, Mr. Bola Adeoye had emphasized or championed that resilient and action-oriented approach to change, asserting that valid dreams demand bold, contrarian execution despite fear and opposition. And finally, Mr. Akintayo, or Dr. Akintayo, pardon me, had emphasized that sustainable business growth and national change require disciplined and self-leadership, or discipline rather, and self-leadership, clear communication, systemic structures, strategic visibility, and essential partnerships beyond government. Please, a warm round of applause again for all our speakers. All right. See, after all these things, if your head no correct, wallahi, I can't help you. Please, let's call on stage the convener, Mr. Sunday Ogidigbo, to give the closing remarks for the day. Thank you.
Yeah, please, you may be seated. I want to appreciate all our guest speakers and thank you for honoring us with your presence. My friend, Tola Adeyemi, I'm meeting you for the first time, but I heard a lot about you, sir. Thank you for coming. Our own Daniel, the one that lion cannot eat. Dr. Stephen Akintayo, thank you very much for coming. You know, what he didn't say was I had invited him for the conference, and he looked at his calendar and he said he was going to arrive in Nigeria a day. He was supposed to arrive in Nigeria tomorrow, based on his itinerary. So He said he couldn't make it. I said, well, thank them. So when I saw the message that he had changed his, he was arriving earlier than planned, I didn't need to think. So I didn't need to think, and I just jumped at it. And the way God will have it, one of our speakers had to be somewhere with the presidential meeting, the president of a country. So you don't say no to a president. If the president asks you to come, even if I ask you to come, you should go and see the president. It's for your good. So we had a void, and it just fitted perfectly. So at times you can plan, then God has a master plan. So thank you for your kindness. Thank you for remembering, not forgetting, and also coming. And you really added a lot of spice and a lot of bites. And I want to thank the Soul City, every member of Soul City, and the LifeClass team. Thank you. The gatekeepers. So we are not like gatesmen. So the idea of the gatekeeper is not that we're trying to raise gatesmen that will just stop things from entering or things from leaving. The vision behind gatekeepers is to stimulate the hearts of young people. That's the vision. To look at people who are doing things and to come to inspire younger people to not to be spectators but to be doers. So if we bring someone in business, we want to inspire you to even do better than them. So and the gate of Nigeria is beyond governance. Government is just one. The people that move things are not even in government. The business community. If you study great countries, you see that people, politicians, they work together with people in business and the private sector. And if you want to make money, it's not in government. I'm telling you that. Yes, maybe we might have a model right now that looks like you want to make money going to government, but it is going to expire. It will expire because the world is flat and we are learning. Like now, you see the way gyms are springing up everywhere in Nigeria. It wasn't like that before because we are gradually becoming Western without knowing. And the values are percolating socially, it will begin economically, then politically. A time is going to come, if you buy a car, they want to know where did you get the money to buy it. So it's better you rise up and be real and be true. So the vision behind Gatekeepers is to, from time to time, hopefully maybe for now we'll do once a year, just bring people that are thought leaders and people that embody the things that we want to see other people emulate to come and tell us. They can banter like they did here, but the most important thing is that you must live inspired. And I love the song that Amara did. We are looking to you. So I know you are looking up to someone else, but all of us, we are looking to you. So we're looking to you to, all of us are looking up to you to go into that space, then take some of the things you learned here and go and build it. Our compare was asking about designers, and people were calling foreign brands. We want you to be that brand that Tiger Woods can wear. Because what you call Adidas and the likes, it's somebody's name, somebody's brand. So we want to inspire the next generation of young Nigerians, because governance has no religion. Governance has no religion. And for politicians, their political parties, their religion. We go to the same market. They will not ask you what your faith is before they sell bread to you. And one of the things about gatekeepers is that we must understand that the policy of government and private sector is what determines the price of bread. So we need to get people that will go into those places to ensure that they do things right. And you can start where you are and build something that can be global and something that can change the face of Nigeria. That is the idea behind Gatekeepers. So we are starting in one little room here, and it's not a coincidence that we are having our first conference here at the UN House. It tells you that the vision that is ahead of us is to we are not going to be noises, but voices that will speak for Nigeria, speak for the black race, and beyond speaking, we are going to carry out actions that are deliberate, that are strategic, that will change the face of the black man everywhere. That's the vision that I have, and God will help us to pursue it. So once again, I want to thank you all for taking our time. I don't know if there's refreshment. I'm not aware. There's no refreshment. Okay, so they are doing like this. No. So thank you very much for your time, and I pray that God will keep the Federal Republic of Nigeria and keep the nations united.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, so I, for one, have been honored to be your host for today's event, right? And I do look forward to the Gatekeepers Conference of 2026. Okay, I think that's a very good way to, to call it up and wrap it all up completely is to end with this quote, a direct quote from someone we all admire, and he said something very critical here, and he says that what I tell you in secret, speak in the light, and what you hear whispered in your ear, proclaim from the housetops. And I hope that you will all take that cue and proclaim and talk as you think, and also think as you talk. Thank you very much, everyone. We're taking pictures right away. First, all our guests will go out on the red carpet out there. Please, a round of applause for them as they step out. They have pictures. I would like someone to please alert me, because once they are done with pictures, we'd love all the teammates or the organizing body of LifeClass to also join them to take pictures. So I'm going to need your help, Dr. City, for that. And right after that, everybody can then join them together. We can all take pictures. And once they are done, we are done for the day. All right, so Gatekeepers. I know you're getting hungry, but hey, I'm releasing you very soon. So Gatekeepers. So let's have some music and just enjoy ourselves. You're free to connect, network, yes. Talk to someone there, relate with someone there. And I will just prompt all of us to proceed for pictures with everyone as we should. All right, God bless you all. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for coming. Is it ready? Is it ready? Okay, I need to be alerted. I didn't. All right, so for those of us who are still here, hello? 1 second, please. Many of us are still in the hall, right? Good. So please, can we have the post-survey link posted? Yes, so that we can scan the QR code. And again, in 1 minute, let's have your feedback, your post feedback right away. We'll do that. Yes. So, of course, majority of us are still here. And if there's any group at all, any WhatsApp group all over, you can put it on those groups. Okay, great. I've got it on the screen. Please let everyone bring out our phones. Let's scan this right away, every single person. If you gave a pre, then we need to hear your posts. All right, so please, right away, I'm waiting and counting on you all to do this. I'm looking to you to do this. Please, let's scan the QR code right away. Have you scanned the QR code, Mr. Gideon? Have you done that? Please, do that right away. I'm going to be calling your names. My brother in blue there. Hello, sir. Have you scanned the QR code? Please, I want you to do that right now and give us a post. Yes, yourself too. Post survey. Madam, did you scan the QR code, please? Please, right now. Let's do that right away. Yes, Blessing. Have you scanned the QR code? Yes, I need to do that right now. Right now, please. Thank you. Everybody, let's do that right now. Let's do that right now. And then, sir, have you done this? Have you scanned? Good. Have you done this, sir? I like your cap, by the way. It's a nice one. All right. Just everyone just do that right away, and then let's give our post survey, and we'll be fine. Good. I'm sure they're done with the picture over there. Can we have all the members of LifeClass and the organizing team please proceed to the red carpet and have pictures with all the guests. And right after that, everybody can then move on together and have a picture. All right, thank you so much, everyone.